Hey, what's happening, Ticks? What's happening, Aaron? How y'all doing? Where my dogs at? What's up? What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? What it do? What it do? Who came over here to test my gangster out? It's Monday. Yeah, I'm down. What? What about it? Yeah, I'm here. What up? What up? What you want to do? What's happening? How y'all doing? Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday. And I am loving your fur babies, spine ticks. That one, those are my favorite fur babies out of the dog breeds. I love. Oh my gosh, they are so cute. They are so cute. They're like little old women rapping at you. How's everybody doing? To get some lunch. I saw you kicked off. All right, and wanted to pop in real quick. Thank you so much. It's popping over here. All right. All right. Let me tell you right quick. Who's in the live? We got Blood Dragon. We got Spine Ticks, and we got Aaron Sports Cards. All right. I'll tell you like this. I may not be the brightest bulb, but I'm still lit. How about that? How about that? Let's kick off Monday with that. And some, and did, and will. And what about it? So I'm just playing with you. How's everybody doing? I hope y'all doing well, and I promise you, anytime any of you guys in the world come by and check me out, I feel good. You know why? Because we all only have 24 hours in the day. And especially when you do social media and you have your personal life and you got time to stop by somewhere like this little old hangout spot called Rruk, I'm telling you, props up to you. And y'all know I always ride with y'all too, but I promise you, it's a lucrative thing here to do YouTube as far as building watch hours, getting monetized and that kind of stuff. But I promise you, the friendships that I'm meeting on YT is priceless. I've met some of the best people on here than I've ever met in my personal life, and I'm being completely honest. And I thank you guys for that. I promise you. I thank you guys. I'm finding my right place and right spot to be in. I said I was going to change a few things because, when I'm on here talking, I think a lot of people don't understand. I'm not the type of person that's over here like a big mouth, even like Wendy Williams. A lot of people talk about Wendy Williams now. Oh, she, allegedly. She's getting what she deserved, but I'm going to promise you right now, the stuff that she's going through, I've seen people go through that and haven't harmed anybody. This was a business that lady was running. That was her, her thing. And, people, I think in the world, we got 100% of people. And I'll just say out of that, at least 10% out of 100 is not going to like you no matter what you do or didn't do. So we have to understand that. But one thing I want y'all to know about me, when I rock with it, I rock with it. By me being to be verbal the way I am and just talking though, I promise you I'm one of the loyalest people you can meet. I promise you. I ride and die with the best. I don't play a whole bunch of games. I'm not here to hurt nobody. And a lot of times when people come over and listen to my lives, I don't paint the narrative when I do these lives. You know why? This is not a channel. This is a hangout spot. A hangout spot, yo casa, tu casa. My house, your house. This ain't nothing big for me to sit up here like I'm the president or the king and somebody's bowing to me. This is an equal mutual friendship. And I don't mind how big or small somebody's channel. I'm looking at the person. Now, if this could be something lucrative, why not go for it? Make your money, get your watch hours. But I want friends. I need friends more than that. I'm working. I'm still paying back student loans from my career. I got a career. I got a man. I got a husband. I got an actual life. I got family. So when I come on YouTube, y'all, I want to kick it back and enjoy you guys. And I promise you, I decided a long time ago because I had a medical issue to deal with. And I was told that if I didn't get the treatment, I would die. So I decided that at that point, while I'm deciding what decision I want to make, and I know that you guys probably say, why wouldn't you? Because I had to think it through now. I had to make sure I had it together now because you don't know the pros and cons because a lot of people say, well, why would you wait? Why would you think? If you don't know what the story is, you got to think about it. What's it going to be? Are you going to live another 6 months, though, in misery and it'd be too much for you and your family? So I can't get into it all the way, but I will tell you one thing. I decided from now on that I'm going to speak. Whenever I get a chance to talk, I'm just going to talk about all things life, A to Z. I don't have no problem with talking about politics, people's sexual orientation, religion or not. I'm free, y'all. And I don't know how to say it, but it feels good because I was raised up a certain kind of way. I'm not throwing no family under the bus, but I'm going to keep it real. A lot of times kids were seen and not heard. You feel me? Kids were seen and not heard. So with that being said, I'm here and I'm talking, but I'm not a loudmouth person that's out to hurt anybody, to be two-faced, to backstabbing. That's not who I am. And when people come into these lives, right, they can hear my voice, so they assume that I paint the narrative of how the conversation is going to go, but it don't be that. It don't be that all the time. What happens with me, like I came in the other day and I was like, you know what? He said, Dad, glad it worked out. Thank you, Jesus. You probably figured they should have shut my mouth though, huh? You know how that go. And if I sound funny, it's because I'm starting to learn, I believe, what's going on with me. The chemical from work, because I have to be disinfected going in and coming out. And I realized this new system that we got, since then, a lot of us, our voices have been hoarse. I don't know what to do about that fully, but I'm working on something, because this ain't going to hit it for me. And I promise you, not that, it's a big deal, but I'm not sick or anything like that. I don't have any allergy flare-ups or whatever, so God is good. But I want you guys to understand that when you live like how I've lived, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, things happen in your life to where you don't feel validated. I didn't know my self-worth. I didn't have myself together with my religion. There's no disrespect to anybody, but it's hard. So I decided when I come on YouTube, I get a chance finally to be myself and let it all out. And that means to accept people that's like, if I say I talk about God, somebody say they're atheists, they don't believe, there's nothing wrong with it. Let's rock. If you vote for this, I vote for that, you're independent, or you don't vote, I'm with you. If you like beef and I like pork, I'm with you. If you're orange, you're green, I'm with you. You see what I mean? Let's not do this. Let's live. Y'all, come on now. Y'all know when stuff happens in life, you sit back and then you regret so many things. Why have regret? Regret is like a cancer that'll eat you up live. So if you can come on and just talk, and like I said before, people don't understand, when you come on here, just like they say, like I said, Wendy Williams and a lot of these talk shows, that people don't realize is that, like, Wendy Williams probably was like the raw cut, and then you had like Oprah Winfrey, she did it classy, but she was still hitting it. Y'all know what I mean? Gayle King, all them ones, y'all know what I'm talking about. They gets it in. They looking for that coin. And sometimes they don't even care who they hurt. I don't do that. I'm just talking about regular stuff every day. He's got to bounce. All right, brother. Peace out, Mr. Tix. Thank you for coming. Hello, Blood Dragon. I appreciate you coming in. You guys are awesome. And I'm just running off at the mouth. Go on and do your thing. I just appreciate that you had time for me. And I mean that. Take care and have a good one, all right? Enjoy that lunch, whatever you're going to eat. Enjoy it. And thanks for your time. What up, what up? And I'm still going to physically type in, even if y'all gone or not, I'm going to just type in a big thank you. I appreciate it. And where is my boy, Aaron? He said, just chilling while working. All right, Aaron, you be getting it in, don't you? He said, it's silent. I wish it was. I ain't going to lie now. I've been learning to be silent some, Aaron. I have. And I started, and once again, I try not to let nobody knock my, my hustle, but I started not to talk no more at all and just kind of let it be just a silent live, because I think a lot of people misunderstand me. But anytime when you come in, if you hear me talking, don't just assume, especially if it's something you don't like, don't assume it's me. Look at what's in the comment section, what's going on. I was just talking about how, you went to Kroger's and got a good deal, and I saved $25 on getting a pot roast or some filet mignon, and man, I can use that $25. And I'll be talking about that, and somebody will pop in the live, hey, Rruk, I just want to talk to you for a minute. I lost my aunt last night. So then we start talking about, death and the struggle, and then somebody pop in and only hear me talking, and then they think, oh, gosh, every time you go over to Rruk's house, she got to be doing this. It don't be that. It's none of us get a pass. You understand what I'm saying? And it's just like I just said, one of the lives I was just in, no matter what we go through, good or bad, it's not wasted, but we all get a turn. You understand what I'm saying? We all get a turn to experience marriage. People dying, birth, funerals, loss, financial issues, a toothache, a stomachache, sicknesses. It doesn't just pick one person. This is what we call life. Live it, live it. Amen, amen, y'all. Amen. I just want y'all to understand that. I promise you. I just love to be able, because I never really had a chance to talk and be who I am in this life. So once I got on YouTube, I decided just to speak. Instead of like, you go to talk to somebody. And this is not a good thing either, because there's a lot of cases that children had something happening to them. You know what I mean? And they weren't able to speak because nobody wanted to listen. Or when you go to tell somebody something, they're telling you to be quiet. You get where I'm coming from? So this is why I free will it. All those people want to make sure I watch that door. Did he go? No. Oh, I see him now. All right. Yeah, so I'm just over here chilling, you guys. And nobody, please don't ever feel no way about me. If you think that I'm doing too much, like I said, I started to just keep these lives completely silent. Completely silent, but I realized that I'm enjoying you guys. And like I said before, if anybody have anything, that they're uncomfortable with, please let me know. Because I promise you, I am from a whole nother breed. People don't understand that you got to crawl before you walk. And when you get somewhere in life and you're trying to be about peace, man, I tell you, you know it's your time. And when you meet good people, you know when it's your time to share and love in on everybody. So I appreciate all of you guys. And like I said, I got somebody right now that's going through something, and I'm familiar with a lot of what they're dealing with. And I just basically, was telling them, like, never give up. And even if you got some times in your life where things are really hard, don't give up. Even if you got some stuff that's in your way, find a small space to do what you want to do too, though, instead of letting it all fall to the wayside. You know what I mean? Don't let it all go. He says, by all means, your channel will just over time. You've always rocked this. It's well. It's more than anything. I collect so many. To repeat that. I know that's right, Spine Ticks. I know you got, but I'm just reading the comments because they're so slow. He says, Rruk is gonna tell it, and that's like what it's like. Aaron, listen to you. Listen, brother, you are absolutely amazing. You are absolutely amazing, and I promise you, I have been very fortunate to meet you, because you come on here, you stand up for what you believe in, and I promise you, just by something that you said, like last week, I believe, when we were all on here talking, if you said it more than one time before, that you don't belong in no kind of situation that's with any drama. You always make sure people keep you out of stuff. And I promise you, when you said that, that changed me in some decisions that I made on here about dealing with certain people, and just decide to be friends with who I want to be friends with and let everybody do what they want to do. No disrespect to anyone. It just doesn't make sense. I can't be Moni in the middle, especially when it's petty stuff, and it's their petty stuff. But I respect folks, though. Like, if somebody is standing up for a good cause, obviously I'm gonna rock with the good cause. Even if you're somewhere and if you just say that if you got into a fight, most of the time they throw both parties out. You know what I mean? Especially if you're at a restaurant or a bar or whatever. But if you got somebody that can stand up and see what really happened, the negative person usually gets the boot. The point I'm trying to make with that is, it's hard to have a problem with somebody that you don't even know, and then the people that you don't even know them either. So then they have you kind of messed up in the middle of what you're trying to figure out. Well, this is childish. I'm like 80. I mean, I ain't that old yet, thank God. But that ain't, that's not my time yet. I better watch out. I better not rush it. But we got to think about it. Do better. Do better. Do better. So I just want you to know, Aaron, I thank you for that. I'm sorry I had to walk away for a minute. What's happening, Sherry, beautiful lady? How you doing? God bless you. I appreciate you coming in, sis. We connected back, and let's keep this rocking, girl, because I don't have, a lot of good Judy, so we got to keep this thing going and going. Thank you so much, beautiful Sherry. You are much appreciated. You already know we click big time. We all click big time, and I want to stick with the folks that we got something going with. He says, personal conflict. This happens only when we make sure we... Yes, that's exactly, and Aaron, I promise you, and I'm dead up serious. I've had like 6 situations, I promise you, I can prove every bit of it. I'm not saying you need me to prove it, but 6 situations here on YT that had nothing to do with me. It's just like right now, I'm having the live, and if somebody comes in and they're not happy with a person in my life, they would want me not to be friends with the person, and I'm trying not to be letting nobody else down. What's the matter? You don't want me to? What's the matter? So, no, because this is what was speaking to me in live. Anyway, thank you for saying that, Aaron. I appreciate this. She said, hey, Sherry, I'm brilliant. Love you. Oh, thank you so much. And I'm feeling you too, Sherry. Bless you, my dear. I just want that to be understood. That's all. I'm not feeling, because my family don't want me. I got a family member here who's like, don't talk about none of that stuff. But I'm just saying in general, I just was thanking him and telling him why. That's all it was. I'm not finna go into nothing with nobody, but I was just thanking him because you had me change my mind about some things, Aaron, and I just wanted to thank you. My family is here in the background telling me don't go into none of that kind of stuff, and I'm not. I promise you, I'm not. I just wanted to give him a thanks while I had, I'm able to talk to him, and he helped me make a decision about not getting in the middle of somebody else's mess, and that's it. Look, that's it and that's all. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. I have to keep saying that to you because you came through true and true. Oh my gosh, you just don't know how you helped me. Blessings to you and love to you, Miss Sherry. You are amazing. And I thank all of you guys. And y'all already know how I get down over here. Y'all already know. I don't think anybody, feels I'm coming at them the wrong way. Oh, you did more than that, Aaron. You did more than that, man. If I could hug you or throw you a meal together, give you a prize, man, because you helped me make a decision that I'm usually good at. It's just that I've never been faced with anything like that on social media. So I kind of got caught up there. And then when I was trying my best to keep something that was happening in my life, somebody that I know got the wrong idea, and that got turned into something totally different. So now, me listening to what you said, it made me feel a little bit better. And whoever falls to the left or the right, bless them. I'll try to catch them when they fall, but I'm free. I'm free. You know what I mean? That's all I want to say, and I want to thank you for that. Because like I said before, in my personal life, I would have had it, differently. That's because I know the people and physically around them. But social media and knowing these people just, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month or whatever, it's hard to make a choice like that because you don't know what's going on. Now, I've had people that, they want you to sign a petition of something that happened to one of their family members. Just say something negative happened to a child. I won't get into details. And people are going around wanting you to sign a petition against keeping certain perverts and people out of the area or your neighborhood or your street. I'm automatically going with the positive, if y'all get what I mean. But this other stuff is fool's play. That's all I'm saying. She says, girl, Yes, they do. Yes, right. You're right about that, sweetie, and I promise you. See, this is why we was clicking too, Sherry, because you're the same way. And see, what happened was, I just basically, tried to straighten out something, and folks misunderstood, and one person misunderstood. Everybody else knew what was going on. And they took that and ran with it and bugged completely out. And see, I'm not on here for no YouTube beef, especially when you this age and you got money that you making off here and you ain't making no money on here. We ain't playing them games. You know what I mean? And I'm very sorry that I you know how when you talk with people and they pretend like they're on your level, and then you realize that there's something went wrong with the comprehension of stuff. And I was just basically, clearing the air of whoever got some issues with each other. Don't get upset with me because I have nothing to do with it. And I have one person, a few people that took it totally to the left, and they all pop. You're on the wrong channel for that, guys. And this ain't even a channel anyway. This is a hangout spot, but it went to the left real bad, and I'm done with that. Always want to be starting something. Yes, definitely been turned up and turned out, and a lot of times that's a negative vibe that none of us want in our life. So what we got to do is we got to stay away from it. And, you end up losing out on, having a good friendship, especially if you don't comprehend. Because, see, I'm not the type to jump to conclusions. You know what I mean? And that's just like you guys right now being adult people. And if we're all having a certain type of conversation, right? And if somebody pops up in the live that I know that's not on the same level as us, because I know who they are, then I'm basically going to start telling you guys, hey, watch what you say, yo. Somebody's here. We don't want the wrong people to misunderstand. So it's not for you guys to think, oh, she coming off on me. And that doesn't even make any sense. But anyway, unfortunately, somebody that I thought was understanding of things totally misunderstood what I was saying, took it upon themselves and misunderstood the whole thing. So from now on, I ain't bothering with it no more. I ain't bothering with it no more. I'm going to let folks do whatever they want to do and just be who I am. And if somebody want to take it to the left and don't know how to be mature, that's what it is. I'm not doing it no more. And I got family that's in the background about to knock my head off if I don't watch what I'm saying. She said, plain facts, we have real business going on. Yes, when others don't. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I pray to God that my family member doesn't get mad at me, but I just had to thank Aaron for his advice, and then I have to thank you now, Sherry, because I promise you, I'm not supposed to be talking about this anymore, but I never had a chance to thank him, because every time we talking, there's a lot of people we be having good conversations, so I didn't want to throw it out there to him then. So now it's my chance, and my family member didn't want me to say anything, but I had to thank him. Also, with you, Sherry, you have always been positive and around the way too, so by you being here, I want to thank you too, because just like how we chatting right now, if I started telling you guys certain stuff and then I say, listen, y'all, we got to chill this out, watch what we're saying, because there's some people in here and it may be different reasons. It doesn't mean anything negative. Like we could be talking, like I was in another live here and they was talking sex. And I was saying, there's an older lady in here, the older man couple. I'm going to chill it out a little bit. Out of respect now. Let's, let's chill. I know they done been way through it than us, but there's certain respect. You know what I mean? And I got somebody that just totally went to the left and misunderstood everything completely. So it's what it is, It's what it is. And I just, I didn't come on here for this. She says, that's definitely not my real life going on. No, sir, do anything. That's what I'm talking about, honey. Listen to me. I promise you. Miss Child, and we talked about this before, Miss Sherry, and I've talked about this with Aaron before too. You got too much serious stuff going on in life, trying to struggle at work and pay your bills and stuff like that, and we don't want no problems with nobody. Everybody, we pray for everybody to have the best and stuff, you know what I mean? But you have to, sometimes you got to stick your head out there and do you. You know what I mean? And I keep trying to explain too that I don't know how, I know that people will get in their feelings on YT because they form bonds, which got to be mental, because you don't know people outside of YT. You know what I'm saying? So it has to be mental bonds that we form here. But I feel that we all have to be careful because it gets crazy. You know what I mean? Thank you so much. And I'm glad Sherry, and understand, because I got a lot of stuff that I've been trying to work on here. But some people are they say they with it, but a lot of them really aren't. And you just got to find out where you really belong at and who you're dealing with, who you're spending your time with. Sometimes we got to take the L, you know what I mean? And get up out of a situation, because once again, I don't think anybody that's on YouTube, like when you just say, for instance, when you first come on YouTube, whether you coming on to make friends, make it run a business, whatever the reason is, you have to have some kind of money to pay to have internet. So if you got internet, that means you had some kind of income before you started a YT channel and before you even get paid. So if you already had something going on, why would you come lose your head up in here? Especially really though for people that you're getting to know and don't even know yet. Why would you let that have you all knocked out of place, Yes, exactly. And that's, you know what, sweetie? That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly 100% cross the T's and dot all of the I's. That's exactly what happened. And it came out totally the wrong way. It came out totally the wrong way. That's why I said we got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. But a lot of times when you especially in person, when people eavesdropping and stuff, sometimes you don't really hear what happened. And you just assume, because you've done something wrong, or you got a guilty conscience, and then you go boo-hooing to somebody else and come to find out that's not even what you want. That's not even what it is. You got that absolutely right, folks. Lean back. You know what I'm saying? And then you get some old craziness, bop, and then you feel like, what happened? So I've been trying my best. Like, how we usually get down, talk. I've been trying my best not to do that, because I think a lot of people are misunderstanding me. So what I got to do is not even worry about that and just deal with the people that really understand who I am and see what it is, because then I'm changing some of myself. But I do respect, though. If I had, like right now while we're talking, if I was talking about some of our yang stuff, how we be getting down, and certain people I got on here is older couples or older people, I have respect for them. I'll change the beat up for a minute while they're here, even though they may leave and still be, in the background. I try my best to respect them while they're online. And I have quite a few of them that thank me and say, I was coming in on your conversation and I heard you talking, and then you said you want to change it up for me. Thank you. But I'm grown and I've been through 100. Let it hang, let it go. They be telling me stuff like that. So, I try my best. But I'm telling you, Lord have mercy. Let's give praise. Let's give thanks and praise, because I tell you, he's working, and he's working. And all this sidekick stuff, we can do better than that. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to get my gallon of water down today. But I tell you one thing, I promise you, on this, There's a lot of ups and downs when it comes to this kind of. So we all have to watch it for how we roll here. And you know, one thing about it, once you get out here in life and you declare and you claim your victories and who you are and what you stand for, too much don't bother you no more. Because you know, we got folks that either gonna love you or hate you. And it's more easier to love than to hate. More easier to love folks than to hate on folks, you know, because sometimes when you carry a lot of negativity, it visits you, you know what I mean? That's one thing that will haunt the mess out of you. When you carry that negativity, it blocks your blessings, for sure. She says, hello, how you doing? Hey, hello all, what's happening? L. Georges, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. Peace and blessings to you. Thanks for stopping in. We chilling. Yes, Miss Sherry, you know what it is. Cause you know you don't fake the funk out here. You can't play them games in real life. You play them games, you get lost in the sauce. You have to accept your reality. We can't do that. Cause you lose out. You know. You totally lose out, she says something. Oh, you're so sweet. I'm the unholy one, but Rruk lets me in. Oh, honey, don't ever feel that you got to be holy, because I promise you, honey, I ain't nowhere near where I need to be. I'm working on it, but I promise you, don't get fooled now, honey, because you've been not seeing the real side, honey. When I turn up on here, you'll be like, oh, she ain't, oh, okay. Because I promise you, I ain't nowhere near that. I promise you, I would never be super Christian, holier than thou. I'm just trying. I'm trying. But I promise you, I ain't crossed no thresholds. I can't talk nobody down. I ain't higher standing than nobody. I promise you, please don't ever come here and think that that's what I'm doing. Nah, I never made it there yet. And I probably never will be, because I'm just who I am. You know what I'm saying? So if you ever thought that, you know, you are welcome at any time. Nobody's perfect. I mean, I know I'm not. I'm nowhere near where I want to be. And my go there with that fence again. Look, please look. Fence. Daddy? Though. But yeah, I'm definitely not the one though. She said you have such a good, wait a minute, you have such a, no, I don't feel that way. Oh, you are awesome, L. Georges. Don't ever feel that way. I would never do that. I'm not on that kind of level. That's why I don't come on here trying to preach to people, because I know that I'm nowhere near that type of person. I don't even think there's anybody that's really saved that should be judging anybody. First of all, it's not unholy. It's just, you can say it. Y'all know what it is. You can't be that phony Christian, because I know a lot of people, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't even know if I should even consider myself Christian, because I'm nowhere near finished with my journey. I may have to end like this, you know what I mean? Because I'm nowhere near. That's why I don't do too much of that. Like, I'll talk about a good bunch of church stuff, and I'll shut it down, because I know that I haven't processed to nothing yet, y'all, to judge or speak negative or say anything to anybody. I promise you, I ain't nowhere near that. Anybody that come on here, be yourself. Be yourself. If you have to come in the live and you feeling some kind of way and you got to throw in a cuss word, go ahead and free yourself. You can say anything on here. Anything. I promise you. And I will never judge you. I will never feel away. None of that. I'm at peace over here. I promise you. I don't play them games. Everybody is free to be who they are. Don't ever go to no live or in person with anybody and let people judge you and tell you how to act. Because can't nobody out-Christian you. Ain't nobody holier than thou. Half these folks running around here with a title and don't even know what the title means. I would never, please don't ever feel no way. And I'm not going to ever get mad at you like that over here. I'm not that girl. There's a lot of people that get on this YouTube and they be bugging out and they think because they got a little bit of a live going or a few little numbers on YouTube that make them Big Papa. Honey, that means absolutely nothing. Folks get on here and say that they saved and all that, and you get a chance to know them personally, and you be like, oh, okay, I see what that's supposed to mean, what saved means for them. Because I know with me, I'm still in the midst of the storm, acting a fool. That was a terrible group for there, huh? Starting that already.
And it's not the right weather.
Yeah. It's not. See, now you know what I mean, right? You know, going to get into it. But yeah, don't ever feel that way. She said, big facts and the Most High. Amen. That's right, Sherry. That's right. And she said, yes, I know you're not like that. And that is the reason why I would be. I know that. Hey, let's keep it real, right? That's what I'm saying. Anything, huh?
Running with coats on.
Looking crazy. That's how you get sick too. Don't ever feel that you come over here and just because I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I done got, and I think Sherry knows I done pulled out some scriptures and stuff before and then be cussing 5 minutes later. And I'm not saying that that's good. And I'm not saying just because God is forgiven that it means that I can keep sinning. But I know that he ain't done with me yet. I don't judge nobody. Ain't nobody perfect. And I get a lot, just like I had somebody that was in the live here the other day and they kept saying F, 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 F. And you know, that's what they was feeling. Who am I? Let it loose. Let it down. Be better. Yes, we can always improve and try to do better. And then we also remember that Rome wasn't built overnight. Start stepping out here like Paul when they went. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Because I'm telling you, honey, listen to me. Listen to me. This thing here is bust wide open. This thing that we got out here is a crazy, crazy life. And I promise you, if you don't get in where you fit in, somebody to have your butt hanging out to dry, you got to know who you are and what you're doing. And even with me, I have a few places that I was visiting, and I don't judge nobody's religion or what they doing, but some folks, it's like they turned into a Christian overnight. And I know for a fact it take way longer than that. That's why I don't get on here and pretend, because I get on here and be talking. And like I tell you, I've been cussed in a minute, and I know that's not right, y'all. I'm not trying to be 1 foot in the church and she's sitting on the line. Man, please. Super Christian pointing you out because you said a swear, or Super Christian seen you on the weekend coming out the bar, so now you're not welcome no more. That kind of thing. It's all right? You're not welcome. You're not welcome no more because we seen you, me and a friend of mine. It was late in the evening and we were running up to Kroger's to get some stuff for the service for Sunday, and we seen you on Friday night and you were coming out of the bar, so we did what we needed to do to make sure you weren't accepted into Sunday church. Man, please. Tell me, I'm sorry to say it. Ain't nobody care about none of that. Close the doors, lock yourself in, because you the one with the problem. Who are you talking to? Who we talking about? The first lady, and who is she? Who is the pastor? Huh? What are you talking about? See, we don't want to start that again. What are we talking about? First lady what? The one that's coming there with a fashion show and expect everybody around her to bow? Come on now. I know you're not talking to me. And like I said before, I got some folks here that, they're doing their little thing out here on YT. I don't bump and grind with all that fakeness, because you couldn't just bust that out like that overnight. You were just drunk yesterday, right? So we're going to take some time to act like, we're super Christian today now. I ain't going to do all that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I ain't going to do all that. And you can't tell me that if I went out the night before and I felt it in my heart to get up and go attend some church, that you're going to tell me I can't come because I went out the night before or because I had a drink. That's not how you judge a person's salvation when they're in the process. Because there's a few ways this goes. Yeah, say it, Miss Chip. There's somebody, I can't do it. Hey, you already know. I'm on the damn floor. You know what I'm talking about. Can't do it. Because I've been seeing somebody, people that changed up and popping up with this Sunday school hairdo and lips still pink from, the alcohols, and, they done changed up on you. And I'm like, I know you're not judging me, because I promise you, you ain't there yet. Good, keep trying though. Keep trying. But you're definitely not there, so I know you cannot look down on me. And you already know what I'm talking about. This ain't it. I'll never, ever be backed up into that corner by nobody, because once again, I keep telling people too that you don't call the pastor God. The pastor is just a vessel that God uses to preach to us up in the pulpit. But one thing about with the pulpit, you can make or break somebody. She said, I'm on the floor. Say it, girl. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, because let me tell you, when you get up on that pulpit, if you don't know what you're finna say, let's keep it real, y'all. I'm glad you think so, L. Georges, because I promise you, I'm trying to keep it real. Because if you get up on that daggone pulpit and you call yourself trying to talk about you telling somebody this and that, well, Pastor, hey, wait a minute now. The scripture that you're reading from Leviticus, what you just said, that's not how the story goes. You got that from Moses in the 10 Commandments. And if they get mad at you for saying that, we got a problem. Yes, you're in the wrong church. Come on now. Come on. Yeah, it's time to go. That ain't nobody that can teach you nothing when they know that they messing up. And see, this is what I don't like either, y'all. And I'm going to say this. He said, and the pastor ain't even a real pastor. Showing. And you can tell that they ain't, because when you try to go and talk to them, even every time you go to talk to one of them, you should have some stuff stored in your mental, like a Rolodex. You don't have to pull out a book every time you got to tell me something. If I'm coming to have some secret time to talk with you, Pastor, and express and get some praise on, why you got to pull out a book? I understand if you casting out some demons, you get what I mean, but for the rest of it, kick it to the left. Exactly, or unless you got certain quotes, but if you don't know some scriptures right off, we got a problem, honey, and not just in Houston either. Exactly, I tell you, I always tell people, no disrespect to anybody. Whatever you want to believe what you want to believe. I don't judge anybody. I promise you. He said you got to read it for yourself. That's what yes, people twist the words up. Yes, amen, Aaron. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm not into all that stuff. I'm not into all that stuff. Like I said before, you a member of this church and somebody's seen you out, or you first of all, I'm not going to go to the church wearing Daisy Dukes and a bra top. Of course not. No judgment. Whoever want to pop up, that's their business. But I'm just saying, don't try to come for me if you see me on a weekend and I'm wearing what I want to wear. Even called out. Sorry. Acts. Yes. You got that right, Sherry. Because I couldn't find a better story than Jesus. Amen. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is why I said I think that a lot of times this stuff is staged and a lot of this stuff is set up too. And you ever notice too that you're looking at when you go into the church, they got these churches, especially these mega churches on TV. They got these churches all basking and glowing for what they're doing with the congregation. Hello, how you doing, pre-retirement? Thank you so much for coming, my darling. I appreciate you. You got to know who you are if you believe. And I keep trying to tell people, because I got a lot of people that are not believers. I don't want anybody to misunderstand just because I say that I'm a believer. And I am. I'm going to tell you the truth. I am. And I'm going to shout it from the rooftops. I'm not going to deny my God for nobody. But whoever don't believe in him, I'm not going to try to force you or convince you of anything. I'm just spreading what I know and living my best life. But I ain't going to tell nobody what to do. It ain't going to change my friendship with you. You do your thing. Exactly. You don't force people. God's free will if you believe. If you don't, ain't nothing wrong with that either. Here's L. Georges. Let me see what you said. For if Jesus is real, that means all the suffering and the injustice on earth, they don't matter anymore. Well, if that's what you feel, L. Georges, if that's how you feel and what that means to you, I understand you. If that's how you feel about it, there's no problem with that. I don't feel the same way, but that has nothing to do with it. That's how you feel. But I don't feel the same way that's what that is, because that's what a lot of things I realize too with people when they don't understand about God, or because of that makes them not want to have a relationship with God. But I don't get involved in any kind of way, just like what you're saying. For if Jesus is real, that means all the suffering and the injustice on earth, they don't matter anymore. I feel like whatever you believe in, whatever you see is your God or no God, is your own personal business. It has nothing to do with nobody if that's how you choose to live your life and you don't feel it. There's nothing wrong with that. But for me, I'm different, and there's nothing wrong with that either. He said, because what is life on earth compared to eternity? Well, if you read the Bible, because see, this is what I'm, not to be disrespectful, I understand where you're coming from, L. Georges, but I'm not going to try to get into scriptures and stuff like that like have you force you to believe what I'm saying. I'm just telling you that I'm a believer, and if there's any questions like that you may have, you definitely can pick up a Bible and look into it and get you some answers. But I'm not here to preach to nobody, but I'm just saying I'm a believer for many reasons. But I won't go against you, and I'm not going to try to fill your head up or to persuade you to do anything. You know what I mean? I'm just speaking about how I feel about him and what relationship that I have and what my practices is. Just like a lot of people say, I'm Jehovah, I'm Baptist, I'm Pentecostal. You know what I mean? Malcolm X, I read and check out everything for all these different people. And I don't go to church for a religion. I go to serve as a fellowship when I do go. But for the people that are non-believers, there's nothing wrong with that. Do whatever you want to do with it. 100 years here is less than a blink of an eye compared to eternity. Yeah, yep, if that's what you believe, yep. Because that's one thing I've learned about when it comes to religion. You can be who you are. And like I said, I even listened to stuff from Malcolm X and people that are Jehovah Witnesses and all different types of faith. And I've never looked at it as being in a category. I looked at it as if you're a Christian, if you're a believer. And if you're not, that's all between you and God. See, that's the thing about people. People have to learn how to mind their own business and do what works for them. You know what I mean? Because that's why I don't really attend too many churches, because I don't like all that phony, fake stuff and people trying to force you into something. Because you know how many people I know that don't go to church, and they don't study their Bible. They just live their life and do good, and they're fine. And that's what it is. They're fine. That's all I can say. It's not my business or my place to tell somebody what to do or be upset. Just like when it comes to voting. It doesn't matter what party you're voting for. If you're independent or you don't vote at all, that's your own business. That's your own business of how you want to live your life in the world. And can't nobody judge you, and can't nobody take that from you. And that's all I say. When I speak about stuff, even when I get with people that start trying to ask me, like when they asking me like deep questions about God, I'll just tell them that I'm a believer. You know why? Because it's not about a debate. And if a person has any questions, they can get a Bible themselves and understand some things on their own, so that we don't have any misunderstandings of no foolishness. Because this is, well, what is God? How do you feel God if that man is over there blind, but that man is over there rich? No, don't come here with that. Get the Bible. Hello. What are we doing? Hello. Because see, this is when people want to do this, and then they start pointing fingers, and then people want to get into arguments. Do your own thing. Yes, vote for, yes, amen, Sherry, amen. That's all that matters, amen. That's what I'm talking about. This is what I say to people, because I got a lot of people, I don't know if I should be Pentecostal, I don't know. Don't be anything. Just cast your care and do good. What does that mean? Cast your care is if you can help somebody out, being a decent person in the world. It could be a pet. It could be a frog. Do decent stuff in your life and live decent, and that's it. Nothing else. That's it. That's all. Build a personal relationship with the ones that's not a believer in that kind of way, going with the Bible. You're right, Sherry. Let's go the way you want to go. Don't ever let nobody take it from you. Because I have a lot of people come on here. They could just pop in, right? And I could just have said, yes, give it to God. You know what I mean? Give it to God. I could just say that. Just simply say, yes, give it to God. And I'll have a whole team of people. First of all, no disrespect. But if you come on any live, I'm not saying it's my live, I'm rocking it, I'm Rruk, I'm running this. No, it's not. I'm just a person, and we're all together talking and having a friendship. But I feel like this, any live that you go to or any protests or any kind of thing that they're saying stuff that you don't believe in, why are you there? Why are you there? You don't have to be, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't go with you don't like something that. Don't go, if you like steak and then you got nothing but pork, well, you're not gonna eat it then. So that means you're not gonna eat there. You know what I'm saying? That is nothing wrong with. See, that's the problem with all of us. People don't respect other people's wills and rights to do things the way they want to do it, and that's why we have so much conflict and issues and anger, troubles and worries. That's why it happens, because people don't know how to mind their damn business. And I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, but it is what it is. Because I got like a few people on here that I used to chill with, but they done went too far. They just decided that they finna run this and that they're God now and they're da-da-da. I stopped. I can't. Because that's not how I want to go about it, but it doesn't mean that they're wrong either, though. You get it? I just know that the way they rocking with it is not how I do it. So I know that I don't have to try to go over there and try to argue with the host, or even in my personal life try to go up and argue. But I tell you what, if I do decide to attend a church service and the pastor is quoting something that's not a part of the scriptures and I know better, I'm finna get up and say something. I tell you that. Because you're not going to sit here and brainwash me, and at least if one person listen to me saying that what the pastor's saying ain't right, maybe that'll help somebody else out. But I'm not going to sit here like no duck, duck, goose, goose. Because I already know what you're saying ain't right.
Right to say something.
Yes.
And mind you, it's one thing if they're just making a mistake, but it's another thing if they're
So yeah, because like
they could have just
could have messed up.
And you have the right to say, hey, you made a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not to be rude.
Yeah.
But what you read wasn't right or something.
Exactly.
You have the right to say something.
Yeah.
Now it's what happens after you say something is your determining factor. Are you saying there or not? Because if the pastor doesn't get mad at you, then you know, yeah, that's the right person.
Exactly. That's why I keep saying
But you still have to pay attention.
you have to pay attention. You have to pay attention because
what the Bible says and what your pastor's saying. Because if it don't line up,
it's a problem.
then that's a problem.
It is a problem.
Because if y'all reading the same translation.
Exactly. Because you got to do what we got. The Hebrew and what else is the other one?
Exactly.
The Hebrew and the which one? Remember we were saying about the Bibles, the different types of ways that it's, and people struggle with. The translation is the Hebrew and the whatchamacallit one. There's two different ways.
Because there's the KJV one.
Yeah.
Which is the King James version.
Exactly.
There's the New King
Yes.
James version. Then there's the NOT, which is the New Living Translation. Then there's the CSB.
Yes.
Then there's like an NIV, which is the New International Version, I think.
Right, but there's other.
So many translations.
And then there's different language too. That's the problem that people don't understand. Because I know with me, I had to. She says the pastor hate for us to question anything. Exactly. Because I know with me, I had a problem with the translation. And when I was trying to read the Bible, I had to get a kid's Bible that was, plain just English. Because when it's Hebrew and all that, I got mixed up, and I couldn't understand.
This is the original language in some of those translations, and then there's
Yes.
translations that speak more into like
Because it's two. We said Hebrew and something else. I forgot. I need to remember that because I need to make sure when I run my mouth, I know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like to be saying stuff and can't back it up. And once again,
like
the pastor is not the Lord.
Like the original language of the Bible.
Yeah, the pastor's not God. Yeah, that's all you got to do. But the thing is, people don't realize the pastor's not God. He said, yes, always ask questions. That's right. And anytime you have a pastor, you saying that right, Aaron and Sherry. And anytime you have an issue and the pastor is saying something and you say something like, because you know how they do that in church, you put that index finger up, and that's for you to to get up and go to the bathroom, or you trying to get the pastor's attention. And anytime when you say to the pastor, listen, that scripture that you just read in Leviticus, that's not the story. Like I just said, that came from back in the time. That was in Moses. That wasn't, that was pertaining to Moses. And then if the pastor telling you to instead of saying, listen, let me look at this again, because Sister Rruk said something, so let me go back through this again. And then he go back and I'm sorry, y'all, because it's a lot of scripture, but when they telling you to be quiet and shushing you and don't want you back in the church no more, that's that game. That's that game. That's your time to leave. You know you ain't in the right place. And who says you have to go to a church? So I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, but who says you have to go to a church to have a relationship with God? Who says? You get what I mean? And that's what most of them do be saying.
Better be
independent.
If you go to the wrong
church, you can get brainwashed.
You're better off just staying at home and reading your Bible by yourself.
Exactly. To keep from.
You do the research, or you watch a sermon on YouTube. You better off doing that then.
Better off studying on your own than to go somewhere and get brainwashed.
Exactly.
And I tell you
or
one
watch
thing.
YouTube, or watch it on YouTube of the sermon that you know speaking the right
Exactly,
stuff.
because if you don't know,
Because if you don't, like you said, if you don't know God for yourself,
you get brainwashed.
then you can get brainwashed. Exactly.
And then that right there, that's going to be hard to come back from.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Because once you get brainwashed, that's just like all of them kind of, I don't know if y'all remember the Jim Jones and that David Cohurst. Those are not churches. Those are cults. Now that's where you don't want to go. I don't care if you call yourself don't believe in God. You definitely don't want to get no brainwashed in no cult. You can do anything you want to do, but you don't want to do that. Yes, he says, right, and the pastor gonna hush you up. Yes, they is, and when they gonna hush you up, Sherry, you already know that they trying to get the congregation to sway where they controlling, because they said they got one church here that everywhere God's name is in the Bible, the pastor got the Bibles in his church that he gives out with his name in the place of God. You understand what I'm saying?
If your pastor doing that and you reading that and seeing that, you know you need to get out.
Exactly.
Because you know dang well in the Bible that's not his name should not be there. No pastor should be putting their name in no Bible.
Exactly.
That ain't right.
That's it. Yes, amen. She says.
The Bible is about the people who are in the
my
Bible.
home. Amen.
That's not what the Bible is supposed to be about.
No, it's not.
It's not about you, because when that Bible was created, you were not alive yet.
Exactly.
So,
that's what I keep trying to say too. You know, we don't have to, and this is what bothers me the most too, is that we don't have to get all up in here and trying to play like we super Christians, because that's the problem. That's where we start experiencing that church hurt. When you start, just like I went to somebody's service, well, look, their online service, and they started all of that stuff, and it was almost like you can't even be a human the way they was talking. She says that's why he tells us to live by faith and not by sight. That's right. And sometimes it's not about going to the church, the fellowship. Sometimes you got to settle down at your own house and just live you know, no matter what's going on in life, you know if you're doing good or bad. You don't even have to necessarily have to go to no crowd of people for them to tell you that you're doing good or bad. I mean, obviously kids and stuff, you know, they need somebody to raise them up.
most importantly, talk to God.
Exactly. You can do that, but you don't have to go into no church. I had one lady that tried to call herself was trying to run up on me in Walmart, and let me tell you, I had to set her a little bit straight because she was definitely crooked. I had to set her straight because the first thing she trying to tell me, she said something to me, and I said, all right, thank you, have a blessed day. And then she said, well, are you a believer? And I said, yes, I am. And she said, well, what church do you go to? I said, I'm not in a church right now. Why? She said, oh, because my church, the pastor, handsome, we got the church all over the place right there. That's not, I said, what the service is about. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? What's the service about? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Do you even know what they're speaking on tonight? Or you worried about the pastor looking handsome and half y'all women got a crush on him? That's what you going to church for? See, that's a game I'm not with, all that. She says I have to take out. I wish you luck. I'm sorry to hear that. You had to take out the trash. I wish you luck, L. Georges. You know how that can be. Look, sometimes you get caught up like that. I'm giving you some luck. I'm throwing some luck at you. She says we already have the sixth sense built in us from the highmost. Let's go to... Exactly. That's why I keep saying don't feel guilty, because I ain't gonna lie. For a long time, yes, thank you so much. Yes, thumbs up to you with all that mess, and hopefully you get through it and you're all right, okay? L. Georges, I understand that. It can be a mess at times. But yeah, I'd like folks to understand that sometimes you're better off sitting somewhere yourself. Because sometimes, you know, you can have your parents, because, you know, this is one thing that's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? And I want to say this plain and simple, and I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. I'm sure that you guys can understand where I'm coming from with what I'm about to say. You know how people always say that you can't, and y'all going to hear me repeat this constantly because I think it needs to be said a lot, because a lot of folks ain't hitting on it. You know what I mean? She said, that's how we know how someone's spirit is off. Or yes, that's what I was getting ready to say, Sherry.
It does say in the Bible how to test the spirit.
Yeah.
Especially if you're talking to somebody and they don't believe in Jesus, that's already a sign.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
Yeah. So.
You know, a Christian but don't believe in Jesus. I don't have.
No, because you can't be in it unless you're in it with Him.
Right. How
But if you don't believe, that's okay too. You don't call yourself a Christian then. Just live your life and do your thing. And just like I said, this is what we got. Two struggles here. We got two struggles here because we got it like this. This is what people say. You can't have one foot in the church and one foot in the street. But I'm going to be honest with y'all, and I hope nobody don't get upset. And I'm going to repeat this a lot. So if y'all ever hear it again in a live 2 weeks from now, 5 minutes from now, it's because I'm a repeat offender. And I think that this is something like important to keep mentioning to people. They always say that you can't have one foot in the church and one foot in the street. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't agree with that. And the reason why I don't agree with that is because I know some people that are trying to get themselves right, but they ain't all the way right. So they are going to be halfway in the church and halfway in the street because they haven't got themselves fully where they should be. And there's also some people that's struggling with drug addiction and problems and mixed up. Some people got mental health issues, so that keeps them in and out. So you can't judge them in a way like they're deliberately trying to do up here, went out there and killed somebody and then running in the church praising. That means probably more so of that, and God will forgive you for that because, you know, Moses murdered somebody and God still used him. So, but the point I'm trying to make, one foot in the church and one in the street, that's a double-edged sword to me because I know some people that are struggling their best to get into church, but they're still caught up because they haven't processed properly. God ain't got into them yet. You can't judge them. That don't mean they're trying to be streety on a negative tip. It's where they at right now, and they're.
That's how it's gonna be before you really know the word.
Exactly. Exactly.
Before you get into it, actually decide from the first time that you're gonna give it up.
Yes.
Your life to God and surrender.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's gonna be that way because you're not 100%. I mean, you made a decision to do it, but you don't have all the answers.
Exactly. So you're going to be in and out.
Do everything. So yeah, you are going to be in and out until
you get it right.
Yeah,
and if it
speak to you,
yeah, it'll work. Whatever's going to be is going to be. Because you know how many people
you're not expected to just start getting into the word and then you're not going to be in and out. I mean,
me either, Sister Sherry. I ain't got no foot in the church like that either. I'm not with none of that. That's why I haven't found nothing yet. And I promise you, every time I try to find something showed me that ain't the place to be. Because see, I'm not finna go for a whole bunch of. Tell you something and they don't even know what your struggles are, but God does. So if you are a believer in God, that is, I don't have to have no, hold on, sister, I don't have to have no concerns about what somebody else thinks about me. I know that God knows what's in my heart. You know how many people that's gonna still make it into heaven, whether you think another man can't judge you. So whether you think they're going or not, that ain't where the answer comes from.
Like I said, we're Christ's ambassadors. Represent
right.
Represent Christ, but that doesn't mean you are. Technically, you're not God. So
exactly, you're still gonna error, make mistakes.
Him,
yeah.
But are you God though? No.
Yes, right.
You're just an ambassador.
Exactly, and a representative is not perfect, and the representative makes mistakes. That's why I keep saying I don't know who keep doing this holy super Christian stuff, all these fashion shows and all this, and I'm getting sick of all of it because it's too much showing off. It's just like if I'm trying to get myself right, there's gonna be certain steps that I'm gonna get myself right. So just say, for instance, if I got something that I know that I want to stop doing because I feel that God is speaking to me about it. If I goof up a few more times, just say if I would smoke cigarettes, I don't smoke. I'm just saying if I did, and I'm trying to quit, and I've been coming in the church in front of the rest of the congregation, the pastor, praying on not to smoke no more, and I'm trying to quit smoking, and then one of the people from the congregation see me at the park with a cigarette, and they're going to run back, and then all of them going to be talking about me like a dog because they see me with a cigarette. Well, she just asked God to forgive her. How's she out somewhere smoking? See, you ain't the right. You ain't the right. Hello. You know that you ain't in the right place. When you start having all that foolishness going on with them kind of people coming against you, because I don't think that people really understand when God says, come as you are, and he'll do the rest. Come as you are, he'll still do the rest. Your efforts are known and seen. I'm not talking about the pastor telling you what to do, or Aunt Mary, or Uncle Bubba, or the man next door, or the lady over in the pew down the hall right there. I'm not talking about none of them. I'm talking about who are you? Who are we? Nobody ain't got time. This is why I can't get right the way I want to be in trying to find these right churches to join, because these people are full of it. And I'm going to say it just like that. People are full of doo-doo. Because you 1 minute, like I said before, 1 minute you're saying this and now you're saying that. She says, and the Messiah told him to leave everything behind. Yes, and yes, ma'am. Yes, see, Sherry, what did he say? What did he say, Sherry? And just like, what did he tell Jonah? He said, go to Nineveh. What did he tell him? Go to Nineveh. Go to Nineveh. Leave whatever, go to Nineveh. And Jonah didn't listen. And what happened? He got swallowed up by a well and vomited into where God told him to be. He didn't listen. He put him there. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? But see, you can't talk with these people that's opening up all these churches and these online stuff. They don't realize you just said something 3 days ago totally different. I'm not saying that God doesn't work miracle, but I can tell a lot of these folks is forcing themselves like they're pastors and preachers and stuff overnight, and they ain't even got themselves together. These places then blew up to where you got people that call themselves pastors, and you come in around them, they don't even speak to you and stuff, all that old foolishness there. And now people are dressing up the Sunday best, the Sunday eat, the Sunday grinder, the Sunday cornbread. How that happened? How that happened? And then you make other videos talking about somebody called me an MFer. But if you said you process and you super Christian and higher than me, why are you even using the F word in the title of anything that you're saying if you passed that stage now? Because you turned into super Christian overnight and now you're running the whole program. She said still the Most High when he was supposed to be, that's facts. But yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's why I said I'm not trying to come here and come down and disrespect nobody. I'm just speaking the truth of what I've experienced. And I don't think that anybody can come on here and critique nothing I'm saying in that kind of way, because I'm not denouncing anything with God. I'm not denouncing people believe who don't believe. But what I'm saying is, let's stop playing the game. Let's stop playing the game. You'll never win. You'll never win. You know why? Because love and hate will never be friends. So when you get down like that, that's the get down you on. But you can't expect me to ride the ride you riding, because it's all different. All of our salvation is different between us and God. And that's the reason why people experience so much church hurt and let down and disappointments, because they don't realize where they at. Or where they at ain't what they thought it should be. And they experience that pain and that suffering because they're in the wrong place. Because anytime that you have, just like for instance, if you got a situation, just say if you got a situation in your life and you go to the pastor and you ask him to submit that to the rest of the congregation in prayer so that everybody can pray for you, she said. I spoke to him personally. Yes, thank you. What about Mary? When he told Mary that she was going to be impregnated with Jesus? Where that happened at, Sherry? You see, Sherry, you talking good, honey, sister. You know what I'm talking about. Where that happened at? Where did that happen at? You see what I'm trying to say? People, you see what I mean? This is why I can't do this. And I know, a lot of folks the same as I do around here. 1 minute is this minute. That minute's the next minute. What's the minute? You know what I mean? Right? And the 9. Yes, exactly. Because I just can't. I can't do it. And I keep saying this over and over again. Anytime, if you go to a church, and you asking that you want the pastor to put in the service for everybody to pray for you and your family because y'all just lost a loved one. Something happened, you lost your house, and you tell the pastor when he's speaking, he put that in prayer, then that's a good thing. She said, back, but I'm about to pack and go home. Okay, I hear you. Thank you, L. Georges, for coming in. Right in that house, and that angel came and spoke to him. Amen. Yes, spoke to them. Amen. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Sherry. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And thank you for stopping back in, L. Georges. I appreciate you. And I just want to let you guys know that there's a lot of folks come in here, and I'm just jumping off the subject for a minute. A lot of people that I know that's been with me have branched on to folks that they met in my lives. And I just want y'all to be careful, because all money ain't good money. Some folks here, there's something going on, y'all. Just watch yourself. Watch yourself, because I noticed that when people come into folks' lives, they just jump around and subscribe and join anybody, and then they be bugged out. Have a blessed day, L. Georges. Sherry shouting out to you too. But watch it, because I've been seeing a lot of people that I know met folks from my live, and they going over there. But I realized the lives that y'all going to, people wasn't even down with me. They just came over here to get subscribers. So watch what you're doing, because a lot of them places I won't be turning them corners no more. No shade to nobody. All right, take care. Thank you so much. Blessings. Please come again. I'll keep you around and keep in touch with you as well too, because I know you're working your way through what you're trying to be and do in your life as well. Thank you very much and bless you. Thanks for coming. You're awesome. Cause I got to get over here and I got a lot of stuff that I got to work on, Sherry, too, because there's a lot of things, that's been transpiring. Honey, let me tell you, God will put it right in front of you. And a lot of times when you have stuff like that right in front of you, and God be trying to tell you something, to do something with it, and you keep on kind of holding back, when he knows that it's going to interrupt the plan that he has for you, he will move them. He will remove them. You get what I mean? He will remove them out your life. And and I've been watching how I'm flowing in my personal life. Yes, he will. And I promise you, I've hesitated with quite a few people that, just let it go. No shade, no hate, no worry, no trouble. Let it go. And I've been doing that. But what I want to tell a few folks, and I've said it again, please be careful when you come into people's lives, because you figure, oh, they over at Rruk's, they chilling, they got a wrench, they okay, they this, that. That don't got nothing to do with the wrench thing. I'm getting ready to probably take them all down, because I realize people are misunderstanding the status of a wrench. I thought the wrench was something that you're supposed to have so that everybody can connect and be okay with each other and help each other out. But I realized people are thinking that they're breaking and making lives with this. Taking action. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Sherry. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I realize too, y'all, with this YouTube journey, there's so much stuff out here. You just got to take it easy. But I know that a lot of folks, I've seen them over chilling out with some folks, and I realized I got some folks that came over here and they act like they was chilling, and they really just came to get on point with you, which I don't understand why people would pick, especially with me. I don't even have a channel. This is just a hangout spot with some beautiful people, though. But I don't understand why a person would come on to hang with you like they're your friends chilling, just to suck up a bunch of subscribers and then bam, be gone. You don't even have to do that. You don't have to pretend that long. Come one time, then if you're going to be a thief in the night, get what you need and don't come back. It doesn't make sense. But I want y'all to be careful, because I got to get ready to shut down a whole bunch of other stuff that I should have been getting straight in my life. And like I said, when you got things you need to move and God's speaking to you, but you're not hearing it right, he'll do it for you. She said, I came to chill, not for a rent. That's how I feel too, Sherry. And guess what? I got like probably 5 people that's questioning me to death. She said, no, please take it off, Rruk. She said she don't want the wrench. She don't want the wrench.
Way nicer about it than the mother.
Yeah, she said she don't want one at all. And she got one, but she don't want one. But see, my heart speaks out to certain folks. You know what I mean? And then I got some folks that's been good at the game. Like I said before, we always talk about kids with stranger danger and stuff like that. But all of us as adults need to take the note of 2 for ourselves, because it's for everybody. Because I'm going to tell you, I got some folks that just came up here and swung. I'm talking about they swung a 2-edged sword, sister. They swung a 2-edged sword up on me. And I promise you, I seen it coming. I'm going to be honest. But I chose not to do anything about it, because I was trying to believe and hope that folks, what you doing, some taping? Okay. I chose not to remove the folks, because I was trying to give them a chance and have forgiveness and be decent about it. But guess what? It happened anyway. She said, please. Oh, Sherry, I can't. I'll make my family member do it, because I didn't even realize that you had one, or if you had one last time we hooked up and stuff like that. But I'm the same way too, because it means nothing though in that kind of way. But I thought that that's how people do on YouTube with that kind of stuff. So I was doing it, but my whole connection with everybody, because I got somebody, no disrespect, people might be, on the side, you know how we say about that. But I got some people that, because I've been taking some wrenches, well, to be honest with you, I've been having family members help me clear out a lot of stuff, like a whole bunch of people that I've dealt with for years that I don't deal with anymore. Why I keep a wrench up, why I keep this. So they may have knocked off a few people they shouldn't have, but I'm taking my time working through it. But as I work through it, I'm starting to see the people that got it removed from, I need to leave it that way, because it doesn't really matter to have the wrench, but also it's some shade. We don't want no shade or nothing. I try not to go into these kind of conversations, but I think all need to be had over here. And I love you too, Sherry. I promise you I do. And I don't mean no shade towards anybody, but I got a few people that's been coming through here, and they've been running some game, and I see them. I see them because I got some, when you riding with people for a while and y'all got a certain type of lingo, just like right now, once again, I just said this a while ago, but we just say we having this, just say we're talking about, say we're not talking about church, we're talking about sex or something like that. And I tell y'all, let's watch what we're saying because there's certain people in the live, y'all. Let's chill it out. Whoever's here that's talking with me, y'all, let's chill this out because such and such in the live. But I'm not going to say nobody's name because I'm not trying to call nobody out or hurt nobody. But when I say that to y'all, y'all know that I'm not trying to come off on y'all in no kind of negative way. Y'all know, Sherry, you a big grown woman. You know that if I said that, that might be because a kid popped in the live. You know what I mean? My grandmama or mama might be on there, and you may have been unsubscribed to it. Don't even know that's my aunt, that's 70 years old, and you swearing all up on the woman and thing. Just a little respect. You know what I mean? She said, yes, they sure do, girl. Let me tell you that I done had, listen, it done went, I had like 5 people that questioned me down in the live and then hit me up on the gram 80 million times. Where happened to the wrench? Why I got a wrench out of the wrench? I needed a wrench out of the wrench. And I said, you know what? That's all you came over here for. And I just met another person that I thought was cool, and I realized they were just coming over here because half of my folks that I had that they didn't know are at their channel now. And I realized that I've been used, unfortunately. It's okay though. I'm just saying, I see you. I got 2 eyes and 1 mouth for a reason. See you. I see you. I see what happened. You got people pretending that they were down with you, but they was only trying to do business. They don't got your back. They only try to do business. That's what it was about. They're not rocking with you. They don't believe in you. They're not with you. And I'm not saying that folks are not supposed to come on here and make friends. I promise you, I'm not that selfish, nasty, naughty person like that. I would never, ever like to have a life and none of us become good friends and stuff and y'all friends and hang out with each other even if I'm not there. That's not what I'm talking about. But when you've been washed and hung out to dry, how they say, rolled and put away wet. You know what I'm talking about when I say that. Rolled hard and put away wet. Yes. Honey, let me tell you, there's some stuff that went, honey. Boy, oh boy. Anywho. Yeah, so I'm going to, you'll see a different flow. You'll see a different flow. It's time to chill out, y'all. It's time for me to make sure I stay with what I came here to do. And that's it. I want to make sure I stay here and do what I came to do. Because I'm telling you, people can suck the life out of you. People can suck the life out of you. You know what I mean? It gets crazy. It goes down. And you got to pick it back up, drop it back down, pick it back up. You have to know what you're doing. Okay. Something is incredibly wrong here. And I definitely got to do something about that. Because, you got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. And then you got people that are, all of you are supposed to be friends, but you got people that's supposed to be your friends that are really trying to be in competition. And I don't understand why, because, it's a big table of food. Everybody can eat. Everybody can eat. It doesn't make sense for anybody to feel any kind of way towards anybody when we're all equally yoked here. We're all different people, so everybody brings different commentary to the table. So can't nobody outdo nobody because we're all here. You know what I mean? We're all here to do this thing called life. We're all here to form a positive friendship with each other. So it doesn't make no sense for folks to be, after each other and be shady and harmful. It's just not fair. And once again, I am learning more and more each day too that when they yell shark in the water, get your butt up out there. Get your butt up out of there. Because it is. because it is. And shade in them dark places is scary and sad, you know. Well, we all got to do what we got to do, sis. Y'all know how it is. We all got to do what we got to do and just grow, excuse me, and live our best lives, and that's it. So here we are growing. Here we are living. Here we are doing. You know, it is what it is. And we all make it. Just be careful, you know. Because I've been having it, what I'm basically speaking on is a lot of folks coming in, like, I think it's deliberately too, like, negative vibe and trying to hurt folks, you know. You know, just think about it that way. And just know that you know the best is here to come. The best is yet to come. How about that? Because I know for a fact that we ain't got time for this. You know what I mean? We ain't got time for no foolishness. We ain't got time to waste our blessings on nothing. Let's just live and understand why we're here, you know? It ain't no joke, sister. Oh, that's okay. She said, my flatmate. I hear you. We just here, child, to do our thing. And to be careful what we got going on. And treat each other well. And just have fun. But I know that we have to jump into that church thing once in a while, so that we can keep our minds on what's really going on. But sometimes people need help and understanding of which way is up. And sometimes people may hear something for you for the first time that can change their life profoundly in a positive or negative way. And that is the truth. That is absolutely the truth. You know, they always say, you got to be with it. You got to be with it, because if not, honey, you get caught up out there lost in the sauce. Honey, I'm gonna tell you, that type of loss, sometimes you get too far out, you know? You get too far out, and then you don't even know where your bread is buttered at, because you got bushwhacked. And I tell you, it is hard finding a church home. She said, what are you eating? I got some peppermints that I'm rolling around in my mouth, child. That's living life. That's right. I'm sorry, I hope it don't sound annoying. I'm just rattling around some daggone peppermints in my mouth, child. Sitting here, relaxing and trying to watch how I talk on here, because I'm changing it up. You know what I mean? I'm changing it up just a little bit. And, you know, and know what crowd to deal with and who to say what. And, you know, and like I said before, there's a lot of folks that, you know, I want to respect. You know what I mean? A lot of folks, because I promise you, I got a lot of older people. And when I say that, it's not to call them old at any age. It's just that they're older than me, you know? And there's a different level of respect that comes with that. You know, I mean, there's some folks that's the same age and they down with it. They rock and roll with it. And then you got some that you have to, you know, carry a certain amount of respect for, because, you know, you got to know how to talk around. It's just like when you have folks that go to, you know, you may say, we're going to my grandmother's house for a cookout. Well, honey, we can't go over there with no Daisy Dukes on and no bra tops. Grandma don't allow that type of dressing at her house. And it is up to the people to say, well, you know what, I wear what I want everywhere, so I guess I won't be going to their grandma's house. Well, I guess not. You know, plain and simple. That's just pretty much, you know, what it is. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's like if you want to go to church, I mean, I'm not saying that you got to put on no big old brim hat and all that. But you do want to be presentable and comfortable. And what is presentable is a way to put on your clothes. That's what it is. I'm not saying that somebody, everybody got to have on a 3-piece suit and all that. That's not what I mean. But I'm saying you put on something that's appropriate, that wouldn't be something that you wear out to the club, so to speak. And that's it. That's that on that. Nothing big. Nothing, trying to knock nobody over the head with. And you can come in your uniform. If you work somewhere at a restaurant or something and you got on uniforms and stuff like that, you can come with that on. It's just all about you and what you want to do and how you want to dress, you know what I mean? And that's pretty much that. Other than that, I think everybody's all Gucci. I think we all, take a page out of that book, rock and roll, and do it moving. It just don't take too much, It don't take too much to do what you need to do and live this thing called life. But we gotta make sure that we're living and not out here on the run. Because I ain't playing no duck, duck, goose, goose. Facts, we are. Yes. That's right. So if I seem like I'm kind of dipping once in a while, I am, because I'm trying to watch, what I say, what I'm doing. Because I realize that everybody's not on the same level and their comprehension is different. And what you say can make or break somebody. So we basically got to be careful on that. And that's what I'm trying to do, be copacetic. I talk a little bit about the church, and I know there's a lot of people that may want to come in and bug out because they doing something like that and they think you talking about them, which I'm not. I'm talking about, see, that's one thing people don't have a right to assume too, is that when you come and speak about stuff that's your truth, can't nobody, nobody don't need to feel no way about it, because that's your business. You know what I mean? If that's your experience, that's your truth. And there's no reason to feel no way about something. Because see, I'm the type like this. You know how, I don't know if Sherry's still there or not. Cherry. You know how when you say something and other people, they get a little upset about it, and it don't even have nothing to do with them. And they says, and that It's like with me, if somebody say something, I know it ain't got nothing to do with me. Honey, it's like, man, what does that got to do with me? I mind my business. I don't let it make me or break me. Because I know it ain't got nothing to do with me. But I think with some folks, when they dealing with that guilty conscience type of stuff, then they have a reaction to it more so than the folks that don't, So I'm just, I'm holding tight, honey, and living my best life. I ain't got time for it, because you sit here, honey, and get tangled up out here, you mess up your blessings. We have to stay positive. We have to do what we need to do. And that's a whole lot of stuff. You know what I mean? That's a whole lot of. When folks are guilty. Yeah. Exactly, Miss Sherry. Because I'm going to tell you something. I'm not the type of person that, you know how when people say something, I'll just make it. Just say that you in a room with a bunch of people. I'm just using this for example. Just say you in a room with a bunch of people. And if somebody say, somebody stole $5 from me. Somebody stole $5 out of my wallet. I had my pocketbook on the table and everybody was in and out and I'm missing $5. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to start clenching my pearls because I know I ain't do nothing wrong. I'm not finna do nothing. I ain't finna start, well, who, hey, yeah. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm a free bird. I'm a free bird. Now, if you want me to help you look or whatever, or you know who you got up in your house or whatever, what game you got going there, I got your back, but I'm not feeling no guilt whatsoever because I know I don't get down like that. So I know that I ain't got to be, well, who? No, girl, you know I wouldn't. And Mary, you know I ain't explaining nothing because there's nothing to explain. Yes, positively is the key, especially if you standing on principle and the truth. Well, see, they said that a guilty heart has no accusers. You know what I mean? Because you can't accuse nobody because you the one. You the one with the problem. You can't put that off on nobody else. That's you working with that, not me. 'Cause I promise you, honey. I promise you. It ain't going down like that for me. Ain't none of that going down for me. Because, see, I got something else I'm doing over here. And that's called life. I got something else I'm doing over here. And that's called life. So when I'm lifing it, because life is lifing, can't nobody stop that. Can't nobody take that air. I'm breathing. Deep breaths. Enjoying it. Exhaling too. I ain't playing with none of that. I've already been there, honey. This is a wrap. This is a wrap. I ain't doing this no more. I'm happy. I'm whole. People can't take you somewhere you don't want to go unless you get played or get brainwashed, because we know we got a lot of that going around where people don't know what it is and they get caught up, and I feel sorry. With me, I'm on Mission Impossible, honey. I ain't got time for it. I'm somewhere deep in the crunk. You know what I mean? Deep in the cut. She says, big facts, Rruk. You already know, Sherry. We got to. We got to, because I think, like I said before, a lot of people be out here in the do's and the don'ts and the wills and the won'ts. She said, I'm sorry. She said, I'm so happy in life and love. Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Sherry. I promise you. Whatever that I have to deal with, that's my cross to bear, I'll do that. But for the most part, with all this mess and mush and mush, I don't think people don't understand that they can't move you. Especially when they act like they know you, but they don't know you. They act like they know you, but they don't know you. That's the point that I'm trying to make. When people don't know you, they don't get it. But they act like they know you. You get what I'm saying? And that's one thing that I've been noticing, and that's in personal life too. Because see, one thing about me too, when I be coming on here talking, everything, it doesn't have to do with like us speaking anything necessarily to do with anything with YT. That's not even what, what butters the bread. You know what I mean? Exactly. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. When you're there, you know you're there. When you're there, you know you're there. And that's why I said that, a lot of times people don't understand it's not going to be easy to move this stone. It ain't going to be easy to move this stone because it's settled. There's no games to be played. This is what it is. Laid back in the Cadillac, child. When you get somewhere and chilling in your coupe de ville, you chilling. When you humble and free, man, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. You just keep on holding your head up. Keep doing what you do, and I promise you, God will do the rest. Just do your part. Do your part. You know what I mean? Cast your care and do good. That's all we can do, and I promise you, sweetie, I am on that path right there. And honey, it's been amazing. It's been amazing, to be honest with you. There has been so many wonderful things that's been happening. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how to say it, but I know one thing. When God's talking to you about doing things, you better listen. She says, I'm in my pink cat. I know that's, yeah, honey, tell me about it. Got the roof off and feeling the breeze, child. Listen to me. I know it. I'm the same way, honey, and I think a lot of people don't understand that when you get at a certain piece in your life and you chilling and stuff, and folks think they're running around here and they're disturbing your groove, and they don't even realize that they can't even touch you. They may think they are, because that's the world that they live in. They run around marching with Satan, you know what I mean? But when you live in your life a certain way, and then I've been having a lot of false prophets around here. I've been having a lot of people, that, you don't have to pretend to be saved or stuff if you're not. I mean, get where you want to be if that's what you really want to do. But I've been having a lot of people that's, running around here, and they got scripts that they're running of who they are and what they're doing, and then like I always say to people, your circumstances don't make you what you are or who you are. They don't make you what you are. They show who you are, and that means when you have trial under pressure. Oh yeah, I know that's right. Hey, I hear you, Miss Sherry. Everybody keeps saying Sherry. I'm saying Cherry. Yeah, I know that so many people don't understand that, but I've seen folks that have talked to me, constantly about God and positive things and like that. But I've seen soon as they get a misunderstanding about one little thing, they totally fall to pieces. So I'm trying to figure out, with all the scriptures and all this stuff you were saying, what happened to it in the moment that you got confused, and instead of you finding the clarity, you jump to conclusions and just blow the whole thing out the water. What does that mean? Because I don't bend that easy, and like I said, it takes a lot to move this stone. I don't do that. Peace. Girl, anybody can do it. We have to protect our peace, because ain't nobody gonna do it for us. You know what I mean? You have to stand for something, because if not, you easily fall for anything. Protect your peace. And I'm telling you, I promise you, I'm trying my best to get on here and change this beat a little bit, you know what I mean? So that people can understand that there's all kinds of stuff that we can talk about over here, and we don't have to be led in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? We don't have to be led to slaughter, you know what I mean? Once you get your comprehension right for what you want to do and what you stand for, there's not really too many people that can move you, either like you or they don't. You got to get on whatever side that's right. And like I said, it doesn't make sense, because I got, like right now, I have so many people, and it's no disrespect, because what bothers me, not bothers me, but what puzzles me, I can honestly say what puzzles me, because I worded that wrong. What puzzles me is that, why do people seem like they seem to be cool with you, but then they act like they're in competition with you? How does that change up from any kind of friendship? I don't care whether it be in your personal life, online, at a job, at the hangout spot, at the dewdrop, wherever, the club or whatever. How can people change up what they have going with you just like that over some type of situation that's petty stuff? It's just like, if we're friends, why are you trying to outdo me in every turn? What am I doing wrong? I don't understand that. And that's why I always say with a lot of people, less is more. And I say that because a lot of times people will have more monetary gain than you, and even physical thing, but there's a very little bit that you have that is even something like your self-esteem, your self-worth. People can be jealous over that normally consider themselves to have it all. And see, that's the problem with the material things and people trying to outdo somebody. First of all, you can't outdo somebody if their life is for them and your life is for you. So you shouldn't have no competition. And like with me, I'm not a content creator. I don't have a channel. I just come on here to hang out and meet some friends and stuff, right? But at the same time, I seem to keep meeting a lot of people that misunderstand the conversation, and a lot of people that act like they're friends with you for a minute. They come and scrape, knee and knuckle from you, and then they run off. And the thing is, these are not the ones that's just the pop buys, because I really don't care too much like that, because I can't live for this, because I've been paying my bills for what I went to school for, my training. And I enjoy being on YT, but I also have you got a man, you got a job, you got family. This ain't it. This is the chill. So why would I let drama happen over here if I come to chill, As white people, folks, let others change them or change. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. And that's why I keep saying that anytime you got somebody that you're supposed to be friends with and they're in competition with you, there's a problem. There's got to be a problem there if you got somebody that's your friend and they're pretending. She said, I can only live for me and get change my settings for me and no one. That's right. Because if you got people and y'all friends with, it's like everybody popping up trying to do the same exact thing you're doing, which is okay if we all got things in common and we all like to share and, do the same things. But you can tell when somebody's in competition with you opposed to really, opposed to hanging. It's weird. I don't know why it goes down like that, but it shows you too what you're dealing with. It's unfortunate too because it's a waste of time. I'm trying to test my voice on here. I feel like I'm sounding too loud. So if you hear me go up and down, I apologize, Sherry. Am I back? I can't hear myself. I'm coming back a little closer. Closer. Hello. A little bit more. Hello. Yeah, yeah. Come back a little bit. Hey, yeah. Hello, hello. I think I want to ask you, Sherry, can you hear me good? Because my volume seems to be a little off. Okay. Did I grab my phone? Oh, I got it right here. What up? How y'all doing? Okay, I think that's good. All right, let me see. Okay. Okay, good, Sherry. Thank you so much because I didn't know if I was messing this thing up because sometimes I listen to myself and if I feel like I'm too loud, I try to turn it down a little bit, but then I try to make sure the music ain't too loud or the music is over my voice or, or vice versa, just to have a little wing tang. But yeah, it's just a lot of stuff going on. And when I speak about this stuff here too online, it's not necessarily about people on YT. This is people in your own personal space in your life. You know what I mean too? So it's just a mess. Oh, thank you, sweetie. But yeah, I definitely be going through it, child, trying to see what's really happening here. Because I got so much stuff here that I keep trying to figure out because I've been watching and I got like quite a few people on here that's almost like they chill with you for a while, and it's hard because when you chill with people, especially when folks got their own channel, but when you are not really with the person to chill with them, but you're in there because you're trying to come over and act like you're hanging out with them, and then you get all of their people flowing over to your spot, and then you get a little shady. And I don't understand that because I think that when you got a lot of friends on YT, everybody's going to make their way around to each other. So there shouldn't be no kind of competition or anything, but some people get like that because I know somebody was in the live and they were saying, well, how long is Rruk going to run this live? Because I got a lot of friends over here, and if she got her live up and I get ready to start mine, that's going to be a problem. Well, how is it going to be a problem? So you telling me what to do because you want to do something over me? Why would you? I don't get it. Because first of all, I got a whole bunch of people that you don't even know, and people are going to go and be where they want to be. So that really should not even be a situation that's put out here. You know what I'm saying? And I've been watching what's going on here, and I got some folks that just joined the game that just started coming over to me, and they're basically just went and sucked up everybody on the, in the lives. And now what? What do we do next? Because see, I'm not interested in that. I promise you, I don't use people like that. I'm the type right here, like I said, when I wanted to start doing the YouTube, I wanted to come on to make friends with everybody and anybody that I hang out with. I hope they find friendships in their lives as well that don't even necessarily have anything to do with me. And what do I mean when I say that? You may meet somebody in my life that you click better with than you do me. I go for it. That's all I'm saying. Go for it. Shoot your shot. Enjoy who you enjoy, honey. Even if you feel better over with them and they doing lives at the same time as me and you rather be on their side, that don't bother. I promise you, that's not what I'm here for. That's not even what I'm talking about. But that's not what I'm here for. I'm talking about shade. You know, who wants to be out in the shade and it's snowing if you live somewhere where it snows? You know, I'm just using that for a synopsis. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. And that's all I mean by that. Other than that, it just, you know, it is what it is, because I think that with this social media situation, that's what it's supposed to be. You know, people start coming to the same live. You know, you like friends. Everybody form a friendship, and that's awesome. But it's not to try to outdo anybody or to be in competition. We all friends, you know what I mean? And I think that that's what makes it awesome, is because we all click together, and you guys may hang somewhere else sometime, and I'm not even there, because it's not about me. It's about us all connecting together and enjoying this thing called friendship. But you can just tell when some people are in it for a different reason, you know what I mean? So we have to be careful with that, because a lot of times people get caught up in their feelings and get lost and confused with what we're here to do. You know, and that's all. That's all that is for me. Other than that, whatever anybody else decide to do, because I'm going to be honest, I've met people too in my personal life, and everything I talk about is not pertaining to YouTube, by the way, for anybody that gets that kind of confused. But I've met people through somebody else, and the person that I met them through, me and them get along better. It just happened to be that way, but it ain't no shade there. But I say folks are throwing shade there. It cracks me up, because once again, this is a big old plate of food out here on the table, and everybody can eat. You know what I mean? Everybody can eat, but you can tell when somebody did you a solid shade. You can tell. Even for example, if you ever went out with somebody and rode with them, you know, they tell you, you know, we're going to ride in my car tonight, even though you may have your own car or not. I'm just saying, you got your own. I'll just say it like this. Just say you got your own way of getting anywhere you want, whether you got a car or not. And so if you're riding with your homie or somebody that you thought you was cool with, obviously you're going to, you know, come up with gas money. You get what I'm saying? We don't play like that, right? So you get there with them and y'all get to the club, and then they move into, not even just the club, out to dinner. It could be anywhere, at the roller rink. You know what I'm saying? At the grocery store. And you in there with them and y'all chilling, and you may go your separate ways for a while, but y'all know y'all came together, so y'all link back up. And then, you know, they come over telling you, well, you got to find another ride, because I seen some friends up here and they need a ride. So they come in and tell you that they ain't gonna be able to give you a ride home, because they ran into their bestie or somebody that they're more cooler with than you, and now you gotta find another ride home. Does that make sense though? See, I'm not with that kind of stuff like that. I'm with like a girl code conduct or people conduct, not even just female. My homeboys, friends, family. Even when I used to go out to the clubs and stuff, when we went to the clubs, you never leave a drink on the bar. You never turn on your friends. You watch out for your friends, especially if it's a bunch of us females or males hanging together, and somebody finna go home with somebody. You got to go and make sure everybody's straight. Yes, exactly. You got to make sure everybody's straight. You get what I'm saying? You got to make sure, you know, listen, come on now. Even if it's your guy friend, yo, you finna ride with that chick, you better make sure she ain't got no man that she just broke up with a couple of days ago, and you going home with that chick, and her boyfriend still got the keys. Come up in there, somebody might get hurt. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't me. I don't just chill with females, even though I don't go to the club anymore, but I got grown men and stuff that's my homeboys. Nothing sexual, never. I know how to get down like that anyway. You know what I'm saying? Or even with females, you be like, yo, you finna ride with that dude, girl, you just met him tonight. Are you finna leave and get in the car with this guy? We came together, sweetie. I'll tell you what, now let me drive you to your house and you have him pick you up there. Because I don't want you, you know, leaving off like this and then it be on my conscience. You know, but some people ain't like that. Some people, see, that's that fade that I'm telling you, that shade, fade back, that people throwing out here. They're trying to take everything that they feel that they're taking something from you, but it won't work, because you can't be me and I can't be you, and we're both beautiful and unique, whether it be men or women. So let's don't do that to each other. Let's just love on one another and spread the love and keep it moving. Because I love to see people that I know get along with each other in the chat section, here in my personal life, here at the job. You know what I mean? Here out to dinner. You know how many times that people get together for big dinner dates and stuff, and they bring a friend. You know how that go. You can bring a plus one, and they bring somebody to a gathering that you having that you don't even know, but you able to click. Ain't nobody acting funny, ain't nobody acting shady, ain't nobody, backbiting and none of that. That's where I'm from. I'm from the reality of the real edge of trueness and trying to keep it real the best we can, because it's easier just to go on, instead of backstabbing somebody or playing any kind of game, just put it out there. Just put it out there and keep it real. Because I done had folks, I ain't gonna lie, they done brought somebody with them acting shady, or even if you had a cookout at your house and you have, people coming. She says, right. Games. Exactly. My hand is exactly. And I'm serious too. You have a cookout and you invite a certain amount of people. Once again, they bring somebody. Or you tell them, you're plus one, and they bring somebody, and you realize that they done brought somebody, and every time you turn around, these people are all up and through your house, and ain't nobody just going to the bathroom and coming back. People are all through your house, so you decide, you know what, let me keep saying, why does this person keep going in there? And then you go up in the house, they all up in one of the bedrooms in the house and stuff. Just listen, something's up. You looking for something. Just think about it. That's not normal. It's not like kids coming in the house and they ran in one room they thought was the bathroom. You can tell when you got somebody that's snooping around or trying to be shady and into stuff. You know what I mean? Because I had a lot of that. You better realize something. I tell you that much. Because anybody that run through your crib like that, they own one. Because especially if you at a house that you don't know, you definitely gonna ask somebody, well, where's the bathroom? Okay, if somebody tell you to go upstairs and turn to the left and that bathroom door right there in front of you, why are you in the back in somebody's bedroom? Yeah, I don't play them games. And a lot of times too, people are there to rip you off, girl. You know what I'm talking about? People are there to rip you off. There's a set up conspiracy, child, that goes with that type of situation. You gotta know that you know. Some people will set you up for that ultimate failure. And the thing is, too, you can get straight up robbed. No shade. But you can get straight up robbed. You know what I mean? When you don't know who's in your house. See, that's why I said I don't play with all that. I can tell. You know how they say it? I can tell. Remember that song? I forgot the name of it. I can tell you wanna boogie. You already know what time you on, who you on with. You already know that something do not look right, and you got to pay attention to when you have all them different people running up and down your house like that too. See, I ain't with all that either, and I ain't one either too. I'm gonna say this too, and I don't want to sound mean, but I ain't one to let friends come over and they bring a bunch of unruly kids running through their house either. I ain't with that either. I don't do that either. There's no reason. The cookout's outside. The cookout is outside. You have to get on that bull's horn. The cookout is outside. Can we make it back to the backyard? The cookout's outside. And it ain't nothing to be to kids, but honey, you ain't gonna have no kids coming, running all up through people's houses and going all up in here and all up in the refrigerator. I said the cookout's outside. And that's why I had learned, back in them days, whenever I've had a gathering at my house, to make sure you have certain stuff put up in your house, certain doors locked in bedrooms, because you don't know who brought who with you. Half the time, when you have family and friends, they don't even know who the heck they're dealing with. Just hanging with anybody. Exactly. I never did that with that too. And one thing I don't do too is that when I deal with somebody that got kids that they let run the house, you can't can't run it over here. When I deal with folks like that, you definitely can't bring it over here. You may let your kids run around and act a fool and go off and flip out up in your own house or grandma and nana house. This ain't nana house. This ain't grandma's house. So whatever y'all used to doing over there, it ain't happening over here. It ain't cute and it ain't going down like that. And I keep trying to tell people that you have to watch yourself when it comes to that type of setup like that. Folks are making every excuse for their kids to run all up and tear your stuff up. Some folks don't teach the kids no home training, and they'll come in there and they'll destroy your dad house. And you'll be sitting there looking like Buddha, and Kuda. You know what I mean? What? I said the cookout's outside. You know what I mean? The cookout is out the door. There's no reason for your son, daughter, aunt, uncle, cousin, for them kids to keep running up in this house screaming and running over that way when I said the cookout's outside, especially, with them knowing that. Why do y'all keep going up in the house? And you know them kind of people that you know that you can't just let. We used to have days back in the days where, when you got family or friends over and you having a cookout and somebody ain't feeling well and they'll go in there and lay across your bed because it's family, or you get some folks that may go up in the kitchen and they want to go in the house for a minute and they'll sit there and chill out, and you good. You know what that is. You good. But you know the setup for the comeback, baby. There's a setup sometimes. There's a setup sometimes. You got to know what that is. Who doing what? There's a setup. But a lot of times the folks will come in there, because I remember all kinds of stuff. We used to have all kinds of people that come in the house and they go in there and lay back and take a nap, doing the thing. That was all normal. You can't, I don't know, the world has changed so much that you can't even get down like that no more. This thing done went to hell in the handbasket, child. You can't do that no more. And the thing too, I've been noticing too, so many people set each other up nowadays and stuff like that. And I don't get why folks turn like that other than pure evil or some issues that's going on in their personal life. I see you. How you doing, Black? There she go. Hello, I see you there. Where's she at? It changed. It used to be them kind of ways that you could do things like that where you have people that, you can trust up in your house. And the thing is, sometimes it could be somebody good that got it together, but they'll bring somebody else that may not be the same. Hello, look at, she says cooking and listening. Hey girl, how you doing? What it do, Black? How you doing, sweetness? Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you. We just talking about how back in the days, how you used to have a cookout. And you have decent family and friends over and stuff, and y'all got like a routine that everybody do, and they live their life. And then all of a sudden, I know they ain't pulling up with this music. See, this is another thing when you got family. Pulling up with music that loud. I remember those days. I mean, folks used to do all kinds of stuff that was, regular routine. Like I said, people be coming to the house, folks are going in, the cookout is outside, but certain people are going to the house, they got hot, feel a little dizzy, or, go in there and be sitting in the living room and stuff like that, and somebody might go in the room and lay across the bed. But folks ain't like that like they used to be no more. You gotta look at, I'm not saying like a lot of your close family and friends that but it may be their plus one. Or it may be their plus one's child. Kid. That's what I'm talking about. It could very well be that. But you just can't free will it and stuff like you used to. You know what I mean? You have to pay attention to everything all the time. Because folks ain't what they used to be. And you know what's the killer too is that everybody always thinks that this type of stuff happens to somebody else. You know what I mean? Everybody always thinks this kind of stuff happens to somebody else, meaning, oh, that couldn't be my mother. Or that couldn't be my aunt. Why not? All these people that we got out here that be doing a whole lot of different stuff, it's not that's just related to somebody else. They're in the world. And believe it or not, we're all brothers and sisters when it comes to that. And sometimes we got to take a page out of our own book and know that we know that this is happening. And when you look at the stuff, they always, oh, that's them people, that's their lives. But just think about it. Whoever the person is, right, that's done a crime, where did they come from? She says, right. And that is the truth. Because sometimes you can be friends and even family with somebody and they get themselves caught up with the wrong person, or they get themselves hooked on some kind of drug or something, and they're not behaving the way they normally would behave. They're tempted to make that move. You know what I'm talking about? And they can be persuaded and talked into making that move. So what I always say is that you got to watch yourself when it comes to stuff like that, because you never know what's going to come up out of that. Because I know so many people that change. I mean, not necessarily always for the good, you know what I mean? Because I got a lot of people that, I know personally that have gotten married and changed. Start going to church and change. I mean, it's a whole lot to say. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of stuff that we really need to pay attention to, because it's not just happening to other people, it's all of us. Because anytime you see somebody that does, you know how we have horrible stuff on the news. These people these 5 people did a home evasion. This man or woman did something to a child. Just take a real good look at it and just know that the very people that you're talking about, that's somebody's son or daughter that did a crime. That person that did a crime could have children. Parent, a father. And whenever you go to the courthouse, the person that did the crime, all of their, not all of their, but a lot of their family may be sitting there believing that they're innocent and been backing them up all the while that this thing has been going on. And finally, after they've seen the evidence and they know that their family member really did it, some family members will still stick by them. And then sometimes when y'all come back to court again for another hearing, a lot of their families stop coming because they found out the truth. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And some people, they forgive their family members no matter what they did, and that's everybody's business. I'm not saying nobody should do and not to do and da, but true. It happens, and I know everybody lived this. They know this. Even if you got a situation where you watch something on TV that's based on a true story, the truth comes out regardless. The truth comes out. Even if you watch one of these shows that's on court TV or whatever whatever folks got that they watch, they start watching it, and you watch it, and you watch it, and you think, oh, maybe that person didn't do this. Maybe that person didn't do that. And then finally, after it start coming in together, and they show everything right there on TV, so there's nothing left to the imagination or to be misunderstood. It comes out. You know what I'm saying? And then you realize, oh my goodness, what? See that fast, cuz? That's exactly what it is. All of those, and the thing is, people don't know that you're a criminal, a pervert, or whatever that's evil out here until you get caught. A lot of times people have been doing this right up under your nose. You just didn't know that part of that person, you know what I mean, until it came out. And a lot of folks will stick by their family because it says innocent until proven guilty. And I understand that too, no shade. Don't, I'm not saying that what to do or when you find out to do it. But I'm just saying, because I know there's a lot of people that when their family members have done something, even if they're proven to be guilty and it's a heinous crime, they still stick by that person. That's none of my business. I don't judge that either. You know what I'm saying? It's not for us to judge. Because I know that people act like when something like that happens, that these are people that just came from somewhere else in the world and that they're not really attached to you and I, so to speak. As you look at it, well, what's going on? Well, what's going on here? Like, I'm going to give you an example of something real that happened. This person that I know, this was some years ago, they called me and they said, my friend so-and-so and her husband are on the news right now. I'm bugging out. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, well, who? She said, do you know my neighbors that I've been friends with for like 15, 20 years? Yeah. Okay, well, what's happening? Well, they're being arrested right now. And what it's saying is that, now this is a husband and wife. They're being arrested and brought up on charges for kidnapping a 14-year-old girl that they had in a cage in the basement that they've been keeping as a sex slave. And the friend is like, no, that's a lie. Them people ain't like that. I've been friends with them for years. My kids play with their kids. Right now, our sons are both in the same college. My kids have been going over there for years. Nobody never done nothing weird to them. Even that they're grown now, I've asked them when this, I've asked them, they never did that. But see, guess what though? No shade. You didn't know them that. You didn't know that part of them. I don't give a damn if it's 15 years, 20 years. You didn't know that part of them. Because they didn't show you that part of their life because it was a secret. I mean, and that's their business if they freaks like that and criminals. It's disgusting, I'm just saying. If they freaks of the week, they're not going to want you guys to know that about them. That's their dirty little secret. And that's exactly what they were living with. They were living and they were friends and they just said all the time. You know how people start that? All the times my kids was going to their house and hanging out and spending the night. Their kids has been, she said, just don't know. And exactly. And the whole thing is, once again, I'm going to support them, which is cool, because this can't be true. This is what they're saying, which I understand. I get it. Nah, that can't be. I'm going to back them up. because I know they're those kind of people. Okay. Do what you want to do, sis, is what I'm saying. Do what you got to do. And here we go. It started like this. They're going to the court, and you're starting to hear this stuff unravels. Well, exactly what's happening here? What's happening here? Well, sitting in court, right? Now, almost immediately, the husband and wife turn on each other. The wife is saying that she didn't know that this child was in the basement. So basically, that means the husband does, because they don't have any kids in the house because they're empty nester right now. They don't have anybody living with them, nothing like that. So they're empty nester now, right? Okay. Okay. Now, who had the girl in the basement then? Exactly. They can't be doing nothing. Okay. Once you're an empty nester, right? How's the child? Your husband saying he didn't know there was a girl down there, and you're saying that you didn't know it was a girl down there. So how did your girl get in your basement, though? See, we're starting that, right? Now, while they're doing all of this backwards and forth, you know the girl is free now, so she's telling what really happened to her. You get what I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying. Identify all the semen, all this. I don't mean to be fresh or nothing. All the details, all the details. You know, the frosting on the cake, the candles, all of it. Yes, the facts started to come out in court, right? And, excuse me. And the girl is basically telling her story, so now here goes the thing. You know, when they get, whether they can afford a good lawyer or they got a public defender, they're letting you know the victim is speaking. Telling the wife, because you know her and the husband can't communicate with each other anymore. So they're speaking to each other. Okay? So what's happening here? What's being said? Well, first of all, you got the husband's story and the wife's story. They both saying the same thing, by the way. But when you start saying something like, we both don't know while this person was in their basement, here we go. Nobody else lives in the house but you guys. Ain't no son came home for a month from college and had some girl living down there, and he way over in Miss Bumbuck, you know, way over in Texas or whatever. You know, and you in Georgia talking about he brought that and must have left her in the basement. None of that was happening. Ain't no kids been home, ain't nobody nothing. Just you two in the house, right? You saying one thing, he's saying another. The victim is speaking about all of it. They done did the DNA test and all the cultures. They done everything. So you get a public defender, a lawyer, whatever. Your husband get whatever he getting, right? Which both of them had a lawyer, but different lawyers. Because usually we try to have two of them represent, but they got two different lawyers. I don't know why that was requested, supposedly by the judge or whatever, that they have a different lawyer to work separately with the, you know, each one of them. So they got lawyers. And then the lawyers is getting little information back from the public defenders and all these people saying, well, we was going to take the case. Nope. Now we're getting information that they're going with a public, because, you know, everybody be fighting for them cases for money, but they got lawyers, okay? So now we're getting, you know, information a little bit here and there what's happening to the victim. You know how them lawyers can go in and have, you know, sit, you know, talk with another lawyer, which is the lawyer of the victim, and they're saying that this is happening. They're pressing charges for this. They're doing this. They're doing that. So finally, their lawyer, the husband lawyer's got the information, the wife lawyer's got the information. They go back and tell both of them, listen, she is saying that you both assaulted her. Now here's where the Twilight Zone come in at. Now the wife is changing her story, saying that her husband had to have brought the girl in her house because she don't know nothing about it still now, but you're saying the husband did it. But the victim is saying that both of y'all did it. And now she's trying to blame it solely on the husband, right? So then they said, well, the DNA test shows that both of you were involved with this girl. And she said, the wife, yes, because, you know, he had her down there and I didn't know it, and me and him was presuming our normal adult bedroom relationship. So that's how the DNA got switched around like that, because he was sleeping with both of us, even though I didn't know the girl was in the basement. This is her story now, right? This is what she's saying. This is what she's saying. But see, this is where it gets sticky at. And DNA can switch like that because you know if you got a man or whoever sleeping around, your DNA is mixed. So that would be a plausible, excuse that the DNA is coming in that way. Definitely that can happen. I know that for a fact. But the thing is, the girl said that it was both of you, not that it was just him alone. She said right now it was the husband's plan. Yes, she's blaming it on the husband, but she didn't have nothing to do with it. But she's afraid of him. He knocks her upside the head. So she just never went down there, never had nothing to do with it, and let him do what he's doing, supposedly. Even though the DNA test comes up and both of y'all DNA is found in the victim, on her body, blah, blah, blah. First thing she's saying is that no, it's because he was, being with me because I had no idea he was doing that. I think that's gross if he was doing that, raping a child or whoever, doing that with another woman. He know our marriage would be over. She started trying to go in like that, the wife. And they said, the DNA, things going down like that. So then she tried to change it up and say, I got nothing to do with it. But when the girl spoke, this is what she said. She said, there was times that the man wasn't even there and the woman was coming and being intimate with her alone. And also when they did the raid of the house, because they got tipped off by somebody, I don't know what it was, who heard some moaning, or somebody they had over at the house said that something didn't seem right and they thought they was hearing the noise and they hurry up and rush them out the house. But they sent somebody over there under suspicion. So when you get caught off guard, you get caught off guard. And what ended up happening is by the both of them trying to blame, the guy didn't never blame it on the wife. He did just both act like they didn't know what was going on, and then the wife finally just blamed it on the husband. But what ended up happening is the girl was saying, when she was giving her, saying what happened to her, she was basically saying that the wife was having, relations with her when the husband wasn't even home, and she kept saying, and as a matter of fact, they were making videotapes, and all the videotapes is over there behind the wall. And see, they didn't get a chance to hide none of that stuff because they got raided suddenly. And when they pulled out the videotapes, it shows both of them were fully involved. It wasn't the woman afraid of the man at gunpoint, choked out and beat up to perform in with this threesome. It was none of that. It was the woman by herself setting up the video camera, going in there assaulting the girl on her own. So right there, that was a big lie. It wasn't just the husband. You know how sometimes when you can be in a relationship, and out of fear, you're forced to do something that you don't want to do. And like if that was real, it would show in the tapes that, he's smacking his wife upside the head and making her get on top of this person or whatever. I don't want to sound nasty. You know what I mean? It wasn't nothing like that. It was straight up her going down doing something to the girl when it's just her in the house by herself with the girl. And it showed both of them doing horrible, heinous things to this girl together and separately. Some of the video was just with the man down there. Some of the videos, the man could have been down there, and she would come down, the wife, and said, "Oh, don't let me miss out on the fun. Y'all leaving me out. We decided to do this thing. If I couldn't be involved, you couldn't do it." All that little nasty mess between them as a couple. So right then and there, it showed you that both of them basically in cahoots with this, and they both did it together. And with that being said, I'm telling the girl, now that you have seen what's really going on, how do you feel now? Because you keep saying that this is the neighbor homie from down the street and her husband, both of them. So what are you going to do now? Honestly, what's the tea now? What are you saying now that you've seen that it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt in court that both of them did this to the girl? Well, maybe, and don't start that. You see, once you start doing that, if you're gonna forgive that girl, that woman, your friend, just say that. Don't start changing the beat and start saying, "Oh, well, maybe because he was a little bossy towards her." It's none of those things. It's none of those things. It's the kind of couple they are. It's the people that they are. If you see already that this is what it is, you can't try to change it up and make this and that, accept it for what it is. And if you want to stay around and support and be friends with her still and support her while she's in jail and her commissary and Give her money, just say that, but don't start making up no lies. I know victims. A person that's been through this and that's been abused, a child. You made your choice that you're going to be friends with the girl because now you know the truth is out. Just say it. You know what I mean? That's what it is. You know, that it's over. It's over. That's what it is. You know now, both of them are perverted people. They did what they said. And you saying that you're going to ask your kids, you know, when you see your kids again, because they got, you know, they got adult kids too. Did anything ever happen to them when they've been over at their house? So that's going to make the decision for you to say that these folks didn't do this. It doesn't matter if you, well, you should be glad that nothing happened to your children. Yeah, you should be glad that nothing happened to your children when they was in the care or when they spent the night over at these folks' house. But it still doesn't change the fact that it's all out there now. You know what I mean? You can't go back and rewrite the stuff. It happened. It happened. And even till this day, the girl that I know that knew them is still in denial about the whole thing. She says that friend ended up saying, I can't believe that. That's exactly what I kept trying, and that's what I kept trying to tell her. The thing is, you didn't know that part of them. And that's not your fault because that's how they get down, and they kept their secret. That ain't none of your fault or nothing for you to get upset over. You didn't do anything wrong. Now moving forward, if you decide that you still want to have a friendship with them, that's your business. That's your business. I'm not telling you what to do. You got to remember, these are friends that you got, and me and you ain't all that tight anyway, so ain't no need for you to worry about what I think is what I told her. I really, that ain't, You understand what I'm saying? I ain't the judge or the jury, honey. That ain't none of my business. But if you still want to be friends now that you know everything is out on the table, that it happened, that's up to you. Not me. Say, now that you know that she did it and you don't want to believe it, well then don't. Continue to be friends with her. You know, she may not, the way they got the system set up now, people can do anything and don't have to get in trouble for it, worth for nothing. So maybe your friend, if you want to still be friends with her and forgive her for the heinous crime, that's up to you. Nobody can make that choice for you, but you better keep your eyes open and pay attention that you know this, because she may not get a lot of time. And then when she and the husband get out of jail, depends on how they charging them and how this thing gonna play out. You may have to figure out how you're going to do this, and if they, you know, whether you believe it, want to believe it, don't want to believe it, you got to figure out how to move forward, because, you know, you got to look at it like you said. Y'all been friends for a long time, right? And y'all kids are grown. Y'all sons are in college right now, but both of y'all got other sets of kids. You got to pay attention to what's moving forward. If y'all going to go on and continue y'all friendship. Do anybody have any concerns about, because that one there, the one that I know, y'all got grandkids and stuff by your other children, not just the two sons that y'all got in college. Those are guys that are, you know, they're getting pretty grown. But what I'm saying is, what are you going to do moving forward with them being around your kids if you know they're capable of that kind of stuff, though? Because it was proven to be true. And like I said, if you decide that you're forgiven, you're going to forgive the person. What you going to do moving forward when you having them around your grandkids when they get out of jail, if they even go to jail? That's what you need to be concerned about. Which way are you going forward? Because it has been proven that they did do this. So what are you doing moving forward? Are you going to be comfortable with these folks being around your kids? Because if they've done something like that, and, you know, a lot of them folks get off with a lot of crimes these days, honey, so I don't know what to call that. What you gonna do now? Because you know that if you telling her that you believe in her and you're gonna stick by her, and him, the husband too, and you and your husband both was good friends with them, what about if they don't get time, or they get time and they get out of jail? What are y'all gonna do moving forward when y'all know that y'all got grandkids and stuff, and they coming, this couple is gonna be coming to your house and being around your grandkids and stuff? What are you gonna do about that? That's what I wanna know. That's all you gotta figure out, is how you're gonna handle that moving forward. Because you know it's obvious that they committed a crime. It was proven. Are you going to still be okay with her being around your grandkids? Because it's obviously they're pedophiles, so you got to watch that. Hey, baby. How you doing, Miss Angela? Thank you so much for coming, sweetie. What's happening in your neck of the woods? What's happening? How is it going, boo-boo? I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for stopping in. I'm just talking here to the beautiful lady here, Sherry, about what's going on here with this girl that I know that, and I don't want to be disrespectful or rude to you or anything, but this girl that I know that she's dealing with a situation where a very close friend of her and her husband, this is a couple, they had, you know, kidnapped and molested a 14-year-old girl for months in their basement. And the girl's calling me, telling me that she didn't believe that the folks did it. And once proceedings played out, it was proven that they did do it. So, for some reason, she doesn't want to believe it, and she wants to remain cool with them. Yes, it's horrible. It's horrible. I promise you. And it's horrible. And what I keep saying is that what I'm not understanding about her is that why are you overdoing this? You have went to court. This is what's happening here. You went to court. You found out that your dear friend, because they're neighbors, that they've been friends for like 15 years or so or more. I may not be telling those parts of how long they've been friends right, but the crime, everything I'm telling y'all is positively A to Z. But anyway, she's saying that, you know, basically she done went to court. Everything was proven that her, you know, friends that are married couple did have this girl kidnapped, a 14-year-old girl, in the basement, locked up in a cage as a sex slave. It's being proven, she said, right, Richard's daughter. Exactly. This is what I kept saying. I don't understand that. It's messed up because now that you've seen, because she didn't believe in it. And now that it's been proven in court with the DNA and all of that, and the victim and the videotapes of everything that happened, why are you struggling and trying to make an excuse to keep chilling with this girl? I understand people have forgiveness, but you got to remember, when these people go to jail and they get out, and you still friends with them. You got to remember, you got a lot of grandkids that's going to be around them if you continue to be friends with them after they have went to jail and did their time for whatever this is. Yes, sick people. And I don't understand why she's fighting it so hard. You said you didn't want to believe it, and now that it's been proven in court that it really did happen. And you know when it was to start like that, these people are now, what they're doing, they're trying to negotiate. So what's negotiation mean? The couple both are trying, if you admit to what you did, we'll give you lesser time. So now all of a sudden y'all saying, yeah, we did it. So why are you struggling if it's proven that your friend did this stuff to a child, her and her husband? Why are you struggling trying to hang out still? It is sick. It's sick because the friend that wants to forgive, her husband don't want nothing to do with it. He said that I see that those people are sick and you need to leave them alone, and if you bring them back into our life, yes, the DNA don't lie. If you bring them back into our lives once they finish jail or whatever they're doing, our marriage is over. So she finna let her marriage go to still be cool with these people that assaulted a child like that. And she just kept saying, oh, I've been knowing her over 15, 20 years. We've been best friends. We've been living down the street from each other. Our kids have been around each other. Both of our sons are in college right now. We've done things together for over this many years. They're not those kind of people. But it's been proven though. And then they confessed themselves in court to get lesser time. Other than that, they kept lying about it. They kept blaming, oh, my husband had the girl in the basement. No, I didn't know. Then it showed video that you were involved in it fully. You didn't have a husband that was forcing you by gunpoint to do these things. You were a part of it yourself. You get what I'm saying? She definitely needs to get, exactly. But she don't want to. And, and I kept saying, but all of this has been proven that this has happened. And like I said before, if you move forward with this friendship, you got to remember these guys are labeled to be registered when they get out of jail or whatever their term's going to be with as sex offenders. So now you got to remember, if you're going to have her over to your house, you got grandkids, child. Exactly. That's what I said. And I don't understand, how much facts do you need though? Even if this was your best friends for this many years, it wasn't like somebody set them up or it was the wrong people. They played the videotapes right there in court of what you guys did to this girl as a couple. Yes, y'all been married. Y'all financially established. Y'all own property. Yep, y'all got houses. Y'all got kids. You got grandkids. That has nothing to do with what happened here. This is not even like this girl's word against yours. It's videotapes to show that. Because see, when their house got raided, they didn't get a chance to hide all the evidence because they didn't know that somebody was on to them. And you got to remember, these people are older people, an older couple. Well, they're not older, but they're grown folks in their 50s. You didn't get a chance to hide anything. All y'all kids are grown. Your youngest son, they said, was in college still. So you guys are grown people, and it's been proven that you've done this to this girl, videotapes and all. So what kind of family members around any of y'all can dispute that? I just don't understand how is that happening. I don't understand how can you say, just because I've been friends with these people for 15 years and I didn't want to believe that they did this to a child, but it's been proven in court. You sat here through the court, every proceeding. Y'all miss work and stuff, running up trying to prove the innocence of these people, and you seen that it happened. How can you keep on saying, I gotta still support her because I know that she wouldn't do that? So I'm looking at her, and I'm like, you know what? Listen. Do what you got to do. But you got to remember, you guys got grandkids here. And like I said, once both of these guys get out of jail, first of all, you and your husband's marriage is about to end because you're trying to hang with this woman, first of all. That's sick to me for you to even doubt any of that. Okay? First of all. Secondly, if you guys got children around y'all, even those people's grandchildren, They're gonna have to be watched, because if that's your mother and father that was found to do something like that, what do you do? What do you do if your mother and father in their 50s and they done had a teenage child captured in their basement for a long term like that? What do you do? And that's your own mother. You get what I mean? I don't understand that. I don't understand how anybody can be in denial about that. I don't understand it. That's the point that I'm trying to make, because you can't change it up. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And she seems to be over her head, and basically saying that that's not, and her husband is telling her, listen, babe, we done went to court, we seen everything, they did do this, they did do this. I'm done with them. And she's saying, well, I want to continue to be friends with her because I know her, and she had to be under some kind of duress, because Michael was always overbearing and all of this stuff. Girl, listen, it don't matter what you're trying to say here, it's happening. You understand what I'm saying? It is happening. There is nothing that you can change about this. This has been proven. They said too, I have to say allegedly, but they did say that what was his name? Ted Bundy's mother believed him all the way to the electric chair. Out of all the proof and him admitting what he did, she stuck by him and believed that he didn't do it. His mother. And I promise you, a lot of times when you have people like that go all the way to the end, that's because they're probably a part of why their child is messed up like that, in the guilt. Because what he done there, honey, there's no way. There is no way you can tell me that somebody's going to stick, even in denial. I can understand, and that's not right either, if she says she wants to stick by her son no matter what, but to fight against the world, and he did that, it's got to be some sickness in you, because how you raise him, and he's a product of the environment that he came from your house, how you raised him up, Mom, or you're a beast too. That's all I can say. That's all I can say, is that you're carrying some kind of guilt, or you're a beast yourself. And that's why you don't mind, and you're supporting him like that. Because a lot of times, some of them kids have came from, being abused at home by their own parents and things like that. And then when their kids get out in the world, they try to cover for the badness that they do, because you're the cause of it. And I feel like his mother stood by him and fought against the world, knowing that he admitted to everything that he did. He was proud of it. And she still stuck by him. So there's nothing else that you can say about this. There's no way out. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And it's sad, but it's the truth. And a lot of times, those kind of parents like that, they're not even in denial. They don't give a damn about the victim or what happened. If his mama, daddy, it's crazy, like that. Yep, and I think that he had to come from something like that. I'm almost positive that he did some stuff like that. I think they did, because the way the parents is talking, even back then, you know how old that is with that, look, allegedly, Ted Bundy stuff, allegedly. There definitely had to be something, or if they're, them kind of people that don't see what's up type of thing. It's either that, or they done something and carrying the guilt. I don't know how to explain that, but there's something to it. There's definitely something going on there that people are hiding and bugging out. So I don't know what to do with that, because it's gross, you know what I mean? I know a lot of families that they don't care if it's wrong or not, that it was proven to be true. They live with their head in the clouds. And there's nothing anybody can do or say to them that's going to make them feel any kind of hurt, shame, remorse. They don't care if their child or family member has murdered someone. They just put it out of their head and just don't care about it. And I know a lot of people that live like that. They will never accept it. And they don't care who else was hurt by it. The only thing they're concerned about is their own family members and their kids. You know what I mean? Which is disgusting, but that's what we got. You know how that is, y'all. Y'all know what I'm talking about. There's nothing you can do about that because these people choose to believe and do what they want to do. And there's nothing that we can do or say about it. And that's that sick kind of cult type of family. Y'all know them kind. There's no way out of that one. You know, it do what it do. That's why I watch who I deal with and be involved with. Because sometimes folks will have your kids going over to somebody's house and you ain't sure of what's going on. You're not sure of what's going on. You're just running crazy through the world like a fool and don't care. And it seems like these days it's so hard to trust anybody. It's just hard to trust anybody. You know, even though you got your family and stuff that you want to trust, love, and believe in, you still got to be careful. Because that stuff right there can get real scary real quick. You keep running over, being in denial, bugging out, ignoring stuff, and then something end up happening to your kids at somebody's house that you thought was so damn cool because you don't want to hear about it. And a lot of times, there has been rumors about people that are not even rumors, it's actual truth. But sometimes people choose not to believe in them because of what kind of relationship that they have with the person. And they feel that nothing, they can do no wrong. And that's where the problems come in at. So we basically we all gotta watch out for that kind of stuff because I'm just sick of all of it. When you live in that dark house and them lies, that you decide that nothing nobody say means nothing because the whole world is against you, when in fact you know that there's a problem. And I've been around a lot of people too with children with issues, and they'll be in denial. If you keep saying that your child hit my child, and every time we come over here there's always a problem, you need to check your child with them issues, and folks will go off and flip out, don't want to hear it. I've even known some children that's in the same family. In the same family that are in denial about certain stuff. And sometimes you got to get yourself up out of there. I've seen husband and wives be divided by one of their kids being some issues that nobody don't want to talk about in the family, and then getting mad at the other one saying, oh, they're just kids, gonna be kids, but there's something frisky happened here in the family. The older one did something to the small one, and mama and daddy's getting into it over it. Y'all see there's a problem here. And, one person go with this kid, and this kid is my favorite kid. So you got to really try to figure that out because that can get real sick. Real sick, real quick. You have to be careful when it comes to that. Because I'm telling you, this thing out here called life will swing a whole bunch of eppies at you. And you don't know which way is up, and everybody always act like they know. Because see, sometimes people, there's a lot about, even sometimes it could be your own kids, and it don't mean it's something bad either, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It could be people's own kids that have something about them that you don't want to believe. And it's sad too because there's no resolve. You know what I mean? There's no way out of that, and folks will get mad because you'll have family, just like if you have, no disrespect, but if you have older kids in the house, right, they have bothered or touched one of the younger kids, and you know that it's true. You know, because a lot of times folks are in denial about what's really happening here. You know, and you could say, listen, you know, I'm just making, it could be two brothers, one 14, the other one 9. And, you know, you can go to the husband and say, listen, little Jim says brother Mike is touching him. And the dad may say, well, you know, that these are our kids, they're siblings, maybe they misunderstand it. That I don't believe that. You know, so there's a problem right there that's finna start right there. Okay, we start that off. And then, see, with me, I would be the one that's like, you know what? Let's put a camera up and see what really happening. Then when you put that camera up, here we go. Here we go. The truth comes out. The truth comes out. See what I'm saying? Nobody wants to be bothered with, oh, that's his little brother. Why would he mess the hell up? And then come to find out, you running your mouth. The reason why you were sticking up for him because you did it to him. That's why he did it to the little brother. That's why. You know? Now the mask comes off. Now this is a family thing. You see? This is a family affair. The mask is coming off now, so that's why you was fighting so hard for that child. It wasn't that you were divided. You just didn't want that son for all this to bust out into something, and then he reveals what you've been doing to him, and this is like a repeat cycle. You get what I'm trying to tell you? I hate to talk about all this to be negative, but we live in a real world, honey. Y'all already know this. We live in a real world. You know what I mean? Like I said, they always say if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. I say, if you live in a plastic house, don't strike no matches, you know, because this is what it is out here. We have to know that we know what this is and pay attention because that's the truth. And the truth, nothing but the truth. We all know that's how children continue to be abused, is because people decide to ignore, block their ears, side with whatever side that makes them feel more comfortable. Don't want to talk about it, don't want to do nothing about it. And that's how, you know, certain kids continue to be victims of situations like that because nobody in the house wants to believe in that child, and nobody does anything about it. And that's scary, but it is the truth. Because a lot of times, you know, when you look at whatever, you know, people that we have that's brave enough, whether they say it when they're kids or when they're grown, and they come out and say something like that happened to them as a child, a lot of them is going to come out straight up and say, but I was telling you, Mommy, I kept telling you, but you kept telling me no. Mike wouldn't do nothing like that. Keep your mouth closed and don't bring that up again. Sally wouldn't do nothing like that because I got so many victims that's coming out that are being assaulted and molested and bothered by females too, not just guys. So here we are, guys. You know, here we go. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Here we go. There's something here, and a lot of people don't seem to want to be, you know, they don't want to be bothered with it, and that's how you don't save any souls because you're too busy worried about something and don't want it to be true. But see, you can't will that away. You have to positively be a part of finding the truth, and then the kid that's doing that, you got to try to get them some kind of help because it's obviously something happened to them and that it's a problem. But in this case, the child, you know, when this came out with the older brother doing that to the younger brother, came out and the father was only fighting for him because, you know, once it came out, he's telling him that, but Dad, you remember you told me it was okay because that's what happened with me and you. So I started doing it to little Bobby. You know what I'm saying? And that's the issues that we face right here that's big and crazy because now the father, you thinking that he's really being a torn parent, even though he knows that something bad happened, he's still being a torn parent because now, you know, like I said before, see, I got to have the cameras up. I'm going to find out because it's going to be hard. You know, first of all, you would think that your younger child wouldn't make up some type of lie like that. How would they even know about those parts of the body when they're that young? Especially the stuff that they're saying that got done to them. How would they be able to describe that? I mean, you know, you tell your children when they're very young about the bad touch and the good touch. I'm not saying that, you know what I mean? I'm not disputing that. But the point that I'm trying to make is that when you have children, like I said before, you got the older brother and the younger brother. And he's telling you know you've already taught him about the good touch. The younger one that's like 9, the one that this was happening to. You told him about good touch and bad touch. He knows the private. He knows the difference between the female's, you know, gender and the male. So it's not like he's, you know, he don't know that stuff, but what he's saying happening to him, you know, he hasn't had no experience out here in the SCX world. So for him to be able to describe something like that happening to him, he had to have happened. He had to have had something happen to him. You know, and it seemed like family would believe him more if it wasn't by a sibling. Okay? If it wasn't by a sibling. But the proof was there. It was proven. And instead of you trying to hush this away, you really need to consider that that child needs to be in some kind of therapy. The one that's been abused and the one that's doing the abusing. You get what I'm saying? You can't just wish this stuff away, y'all. This is just not how it is. And I'm gonna stop talking because I know you guys probably done left off. So I'm gonna go silent, you guys, okay? And I'll talk to you guys another time because I know everybody's busy. We've been over here for a minute, so I'm gonna shut this down, quiet it down, because I know y'all people are in and out, making their way around to different people's lives and stuff. So I don't want to try to hold you guys too much over here on my spot. But I thank you guys, whoever been here listening in. I'm going to go silent for a while. And I got to get out here and thank some of my people that I haven't thanked. This already came in here earlier. Make sure that they know that I'm sending some love. You know? Yeah, we just gotta, you know, people listen to your kids. I don't care if they're talking. I don't care if they're talking about a sibling. Pay attention. Pay attention. Stuff happens. It does. Got the chicken broth for that. It's all right. Let me see. She said, oh, that's all right, Angela. I know how it is. Everybody doing something in life out here. Yeah, I was just saying, there's a lot of stuff like this too that goes on in families, and folks don't seem to, you know, want to hear it. They try to keep stuff like that quiet, and that's how other kids become victims because folks ain't doing nothing about it. Even for the people that I know out here in the world, you got to remember how you're going to be with your family from now on. You have whether it be an uncle, this person or that person that's been accused of doing something like that in the family. How long are you going to ignore it? It says, oh, you are? Okay, I thought you had to go, sweetie. I'm sorry, Sherry. I'm sorry. I'm still here. I thought you was doing something and you got busy because I know I'm long-winded over here, maybe talking too daggone much. We're sweeping under the rug. Yes, going up. Yeah. So many eyes on us. Exactly. That's what I keep saying because I feel like that didn't make no sense. That didn't make no sense. And like I said, with this particular family here, the reason why the father was riding so hard for the oldest child is because he knew what he had been doing to that boy, and he knew that that boy copied what he did to him. So he tried to hurry up and get involved in it to make it look like he was having a hard time which to believe. But how can you, what do you mean, what to believe? Both of your kids are going to need counseling, because if that brother did that to that brother, they're both, something's wrong with the older one that have done that to his younger brother. So they're both going to need counseling, first of all. And then you're siding with the one side, but that child did do something wrong. So how are you going to ignore that? You know what I mean? How are you going to ignore that? And even for you to have a child that's doing something like that to their own sibling or any child younger than them, that tells you something happened to that child, something going on. So instead of you pretending like everything is all cool, you need to get both of the kids in counseling. And unfortunately, that one that has that problem, he might have to be removed from the home. You know what I mean? Because that's not gonna, to me, that's not gonna be safe for a child to be in the house with another sibling that done something like that to them. The one that's sick, you're gonna have to get them out somewhere and try to get them help. But for them to stay in the house together, especially, that's gonna be hard. And I don't know how, you know, any parent. Well, I'll tell you this. It's a hard decision for anybody to make, but whoever's sick is the one that's got to go somewhere and get some help, and then the other one that's been abused will get the counseling that's needed. How about that? The one that's been abused is going to need counseling, but the one that did the abuse is going to need counseling. And one of them is going to have to leave the house until we can figure out if this thing can even be fixed. Because once you start letting stuff like this go in the family, it's liable, you know, it's you know, it can happen again. I don't think that that we can tuck this away. I feel that it definitely could happen again. So if you get the one that done something wrong, let him continuously in the house to stay around the one that's been assaulted. It can't go back the way it used to be. It can't never be the same again. Because I feel that if that child got that kind of sickness in them to do something like that to their own sibling, it's definitely going to be a long, you know, a long journey to trying to fix and help that child out. You know what I mean? That's not going to be something that's going to be okay and that will go away. They need help. They're crying out for help. For them to do that type of situation, you know, crime, because to me that is a crime against their own sibling. That means that there's something going on with that child. Something happened to that child, and that's why they're doing it. But you don't give them a pass just because they were a victim to victimize someone else or their own sibling. Because to me, that's a big problem that's going to get ready to shine a light on everything. You know what I mean? This ain't an easy in and an easy out situation. This stuff has to be dealt with accordingly. And you can't have a child that's done something like that to another kid and just send them away to day camp for about 6 months and then back and everything's dandy. You got to get that house in line. You got to get your house in line, because that's not going to be easy to continue to raise the kids in the home together when the other one was violated. She said, it's not safe. No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. And if you got one that violated the other, that's going to be a problem for the one that's been violated, because that sibling is still in the house. And you figure you done sent that one that did it away to some kind of program for a couple of weeks or whatever, and then that's going to make the household back safe and all right again? No, that's not how this goes. No. That may not be the same again. That may not, I don't know how to tell, I don't want to tell no parents what to do with division like that when you're in your kids, but I know one thing: if you got a child that's done something like that to the other sibling, there's a big problem there. That's gonna take a lot of work, he said. He said, I was a brother and I was confused by it. You said when we were 2 or 4. God to abuse me and my younger brother. By age 12, I told not to speak to you. That's right. They can't live in the house, Angela. They can't live in the house with the family because they're gonna find some way to keep trying to sneak and do it. You're not gonna be able to watch everything as a parent, and also it is torture for the child that gotta live around that family member or sibling that done something to them. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't end that easy. They're not going to necessarily stop that because it's something damaged in them. You know what I mean? From that happening to them. So I know exactly what you mean, and I'm sorry that happened to you in your family. It's horrible. It's horrible. And that is a bad stain on the family. You know what I mean? A bad stain on the family to go through something like that. That's horrible. I know with so many families, those kind of things, you do have to get the one that's sick out of there, though. It's not going to work out. And if you don't mind me asking, has that brother been able to get help from back then? Did it work for him? Did he get himself straightened out? 'Cause I'm sorry to hear that. Because if not, he's going to be a danger, as they call a menace to society, if he don't get the right help. So you said this was, I'm sure, years ago when you were a child. So did it help when they send him, to live with the other family and get counseling? Did it turn his life around? Because I know he's probably way grown now, adult. How did he make out from that? Did it work for him, Angela, if I'm not being too personal? Telling you that right there, whoo, boy, does that blow. That just blows the whole family apart, man. I don't even know what to say about that. It's just horrible. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, goodness. So it didn't work, huh? That's horrible. Did not work. So I can imagine how much more problems the grandparents had with that situation growing up, and it didn't, the help it wasn't able to help them. It's really sad. Really sad. Wow. That's sad. You can't straighten out something like that. That means that child is going to continue to do that to other kids throughout their life. That's messed up. I'm sorry to hear that. So he he has to be banished away from the family, basically. Because if he can't get the right help, he can't come back home. You know, I mean, back then he couldn't have came back home, and then most likely he's going to commit that crime again against other kids, or even when he get grown towards women. You know, that's sad. Because sometimes when that happens to a child, they get permanently damaged, and then they don't know how to behave. Oh man, jeez! And the woman that he got with, she must have didn't know his past to let him come up in her house around her child. That's disgusting too, because a lot of women know that, and they all thinking that he can change, or it's gonna be all right in our family, and this is a good person. And some people try to warn you, and some folks don't listen. That's messed up. He definitely is in hell. Definitely is in hell, because to me, he just grew up, kept that mindset, kept wanting to, do it. So I guess, he just adapted to that and was okay with it. And that's sad. That right is definitely a wasted life. You know what I mean? And who knows how many other victims there might have been that, nobody knew about. But that's definitely a situation where sometimes there's a lot more victims than known. You know what I mean? That we know of. And sometimes stuff don't come to the surface, you know what I mean? A lot of kids might have been victimized and it just wasn't known. And nobody said anything about it. Because I'm sure that there was probably many of kids that was victimized by him back when he was younger, and then he decided to become, an adult and continue to do it. Either he didn't want help or he couldn't be helped. But nevertheless, the monster has been built, unfortunately. That right there, that's a really bad experience for any child to go through, and also damage for life. Some people, those kind of things destroy them. Some people grow up and they're able to get past some of the things, and some folks live with that held in them for being a victim. It's hard to recover from that. There's a lot of sick acts, and then when you go for years and years, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. And a lot of times it continues to happen because the victims are afraid. Young kids are afraid to tell anybody, what's happening to them, especially when it comes to another sibling in the house. And then when you got, see, some of those right there, they got something in them that makes them do what's done to them. And then you also have some of them that it didn't bother them in that way, and they end up kind of liking it and repeating the cycle because they done got cruel themselves. Boo, stop. So it's hard to figure out what was he going to be before it happened to him to make him abuse. It's hard to figure that out. And I know that it's a horrible situation to be in. I am so sorry, and I keep telling people that this stuff happens in homes. It's not just anywhere. It could happen in anybody's house. You could have really good parents and they don't even know what's going on. You know what I mean? Because it's not like all of the signs are necessarily there. Sometimes you don't know that that's happening in your house. You know? So when you got decent parents, they're not going to sit back and allow that to happen. You know, most of them don't know. Oh, he went to private military school. She said he was never good. Jesus. Ooh. Thank you, Betty. I'm glad you're here. How you doing, sweetie? That's the stuff that I don't understand either with him. So I just kind of feel like nothing was gonna fix him. He got abused too bad himself, or it just didn't, you know, just it's what it is. He's in hell. He's definitely in hell. So he said, yeah, that's the lie that they tell. He never ever saw my children. Oh, I know that, honey. Honey. You one that ain't playing that. See, that's that kind of, that's that sick one. See, and I figured that he must have got sick like that. That's that sick one that continued on. And you see how a lot of people think that this is a story on TV and that this happened to just any and other people, and come to find out, he made a career out of it. He got off on that. And for some reason, either because of what happened to him, damaged him, or he just had something in him that was going to break out like that eventually. That's disgusting. And don't you feel bad when you have different friends and stuff that, you know, told you that after the fact that he was doing something to them? See what I mean? That's that thing. That's why I said with him, I know he went on to continue that cycle. Because he was so damaged, or either that part of maybe he was going to be like that anyway, even if it wasn't in the house. It was going to be what you call them. It's mostly, you know, rapists and pedophiles, unfortunately. That's horrible, especially within the family, and you know, you feel bad if he got access to other kids because of you. You know. It's not a game. It's serious. Imagine too, you know how bad parents felt when he's done that. You guys and friends coming around, because that's usually too what happens too when you have a person that's vile like that in your family. They do that to other children or anybody that's around them that they can get at. They're gonna do it. And there's no way out of it, especially if them ones that been sent somewhere for professional help and been cared for and loved by good parents or grandparents, and it didn't work. That's the problem. That's that sick stuff. They end up, I don't know how to explain it, because see, the way some of these stories go, it's hard to tell if this person got turned out like that because of what happened to them, or because they had it in them and they were going to do it regardless if somebody ever bothered them in that way in their life. It's hard to tell. And then with the woman, with the stepdaughter, did she even know what he was like, or she didn't care, or he hid it from her? But to be honest with you, I don't know. I would have to meet some people that done that got help and it worked. Because a lot of times what I've seen with that, A lot of them kind of folks like that. There's no helping, and it might. There's no help. It should be hot. There's no help for that. I think some of them is sick, and because I'm trying to think, like a lot of them. You're welcome. A lot of them in that type of situation, there's something going on mentally with them that a lot of times before they even start doing that, they had behavior problems in the house with different issues before they came right out and done something like that. You know what I mean? And like I said before, it's hard to tell if they became that way because of what happened to them, and that turned them out, or were they going to be that way on their own accord, even if it didn't happen to them? Because it looked like he was going around okay with it. And a lot of times when people get hurt like that, that's the furthest thing from their mind to do things that they know hurt them. So it seems like he had something in him already. I hate to say it like that, but it seemed like he might have been going to be one of the ones. Because that's, by him being a child, it is considered somewhat to be like a pedophile, a rapist type of situation. It looked like he was going to preying on victims younger than him, especially family members, and then other people outside the family, and the majority of them always younger than him. The perv. Even if he was turned into one, that's what he is, unfortunately. I hate to see somebody's life thrown away like that because they repeated what happened to them. I'm sorry to hear that. And most of all, I'm sorry for the victims. And I'm sorry that had to be a family member. Oh, gosh, that had to be a cruel experience. And I'm not going to keep talking because I know you ladies are in the background, so I'm going to chill it down a little bit. That's horrible. I just can't get it off my mind because so much of that's happening around, Okay. Okay, sweetie. I definitely will be around here. Don't feel no way. I appreciate it, Sherry, and I'm right here. You TikTok anytime you want to come on back to. I appreciate you. And I got so involved in talking that I forgot to thank a lot of my guests that was here earlier that gone. Because I usually thank everybody physical, even though I verbalize it. Thank you so much, sweetie. And if you decide to come back, I'm here. And if not, if it's a week, it's a month, any of you guys, I respect it and I understand it. I receive it. Okay? Always remember that. And I know you guys are YouTubers yourself. Y'all got families and other YouTube people to visit, so I'm cool. I'm cool like that. I'm cool like that. Thanks, boo. I'm gonna take the time to physically thank some people from way at the top that I didn't get a chance to holler at the way I wanted to. I hollered at them. I want to thank them anyway. So I'm doing that. And I'll go silent for a while. And then I'll come back on. I'm so sorry though, Angela. Thanks, Angela. Have a good one. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Take care. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? Yes, I am still here. What's up? Did you ever make it home from work? What you doing? Tell Georges. Oh, you made it back home. Good. How was the trash?
A little bit. I had like this much food left.
Okay. Okay, I don't know.
I mean, I'm looking over my calories, but hey, I have to eat.
So I guess it worked out pretty good, huh? Better than the usual. I'm glad to hear that. Easy peasy. Everybody need a break here and there, huh? I know that's right, honey. A smooth move. Why not? Right? And get to get home and settle in, right? Chilling and chilling and chilling and more chilling. Chilling back. What is going on? Life is lifing, huh? Do your thing and enjoy your life. Oh, Mr. So what you do when you get home? Well, Georges, what do you do when you get home? Chill out? Still hanging on. Still hanging on. Still hanging on. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Coming in and out because people in and out. So I'm being in and out. Who that? Who that? Who that? Just said I'm back. Was thinking about. I was not. Okay, I am. You are sort of a handyman. Okay. Wash these dishes. My wife made. Okay. Meal. Jesse. Hey Jesse, thank you for coming. He said, did you have time for dinner? Oh, thank you Jesse. How you doing? Hello, hello. Thank you so much for coming. Everybody, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Blessings to all of you guys. I hope everybody is doing well and living their best life. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you all so much for being here. I promise you, I can't do it without you. This has been an amazing change in my life, meeting the wonderful people that I've been looking for on YouTube for years now. Oh, you are welcome, my dear. It's always a pleasure. Aim Boys Corner, it's always a pleasure, my dear. I hope I'm pronouncing your channel right. I thank you, and I will always be there for you. You have a wonderful family, a beautiful. You guys are so cute. You guys are so cute, and what I love is that you spend a lot of quality time. I promise you, those times will be endeared forever. Forever. You guys are connected very well. Great parents, got your cute little son. You parents are on point with each other. You guys make sure y'all show him a good time. Y'all in touch with y'all relationship. Thank you for being good people out here in the world. You guys got it going on. I'm in love with your channel. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you, my darling. You are absolutely amazing. And your family is so cute. You guys are so cute. I love it. Y'all living the life, you know what I mean? Really. It's just, and that means a lot to me because I know that there are so many families that, are disconnected, unfortunately, you know what I mean? And I hate to see that. I got some awesome friends, and I got one of my friends today is going through some horrible times right now with the family being disconnected and struggling with, trying to care for other family without enough help. Hello. So for you guys to be connected like that and having a good family, you guys are lucky because a lot of folks are not blessed like that. And I think it's, it's what you make it and what you put into it. And it's nice to see families that are really holding together and doing what they need to do. I appreciate you so much. And I am so glad that we met. And I definitely will be there for you to hang out and chill and enjoy this thing called life. Yes, it's open. Just let me know. I was talking to this wonderful crowd of people I got here. Jesse, how you doing? Thank you for coming. I'm just having me a little quick something here, which is just a bowl of fruit. Cucumbers and tomatoes, not peas, just some dry good fruit. Fruit, vegetables, actually. Vegetables, healthy vegetables. Yes, L. George's. Something easy and light that don't do too much to the waistline. But yeah, you guys, live your best life. We don't never know what's gonna happen tomorrow. And all of us got so many different things that we gotta deal with. So make it the best. Especially too when you have kids, young kids, show them love. You know what I mean? Not just you loving on the kids, but show them how much y'all parents love each other. You know what I mean? Show them what it's like to be a real family. You are welcome. Boy, if I'm saying it right, am I saying this right? Am I saying this name right? Boys. That's nice. I love it. It's a unique name. I hope I'm saying it right. Boyd, you are awesome. And I thank you, my dear. And the pleasure's mine. You guys are amazing. You got the cutest little son. A little junior to dad. You are cute. Awesome mom. And I think you guys are fortunate to have each other. That's why I always say, give kids the best life that you can. Show them the love mom and dad have for each other. So they grow up in that structure like that, and they know what it is, to be from a good family of love. Because I know a lot of families that go through trials and tribulations, they make it awful in the house. So when you have kids, I feel that it's your responsibility to make them happy and give them a chance to enjoy being a child. And whatever that happens between you and the adults in the house, try to make sure the kids stay happy through it. Because a lot of times when you do a lot of negative stuff around kids, it kind of changes how they do things when they grow up, because a lot of times they're a product of their environment, and sometimes they end up copying some things that they've seen their parents do or in the family. I'm not saying to blind them, but make sure they have a fun time. They're innocent in all this. Too, with family, I promise you, quality times is absolutely amazing. And I think that it doesn't matter how much money you got, as long as you got time and you got love, you can provide so much stuff just by sitting down. And I always tell folks too, and it's not, I don't judge anybody's business, but I feel like this, as far as raising kids too, I think that it is awesome for your children if you got a good TV show that they like to watch, a good cartoon. The kids like to play with their little systems or be on the computers, but let them know that that's not the only thing that they can enjoy and learn from. Try to, and I'm not telling people what to do. I'm just saying for whoever would, be interested in this, try to make sure that the kids can be active outside of any type of social media and gaming, that they'll be all right with spending half hour or so of drawing without any computers, cell phones. Take some time to read. Let them come in the kitchen with you and cook. Have fun when you're cleaning up their room, cleaning around the house. Don't be all programmed out into social media, because I have learned that, and what we do is, my family here, we pick times that we go off the grid, because I always feel that you got to crawl before you walk. So what does that mean? That means that we may not take the car. Let's take a couple of buses to the mall. Let's get a carriage and walk to the grocery store. You know what I mean? Instead of, I'm on here watching something and you got the kids over here, with the social media, cell phones, computer. Let's go outside and do a little garden together. Let's walk as a family around the block where we live at in our neighborhood. Let's get together and go to the open pantry and see if we can help pass out food to families that's struggling. Show them some other parts of the world. Social media will be there. It's not the all and the everything. Even if you do social media business-wise, even with the kids, they enjoy a certain Cocomelon or whatever cartoon, limit it. Find something else to do. Read the Bible. Get around the house and relax sometime. Enjoy just talking, you can have your kids, everybody pile up in one bed. Sometimes we used to lay in the middle of the floor, people lay around in a circle and everybody talks to each other. And we just all lay down on the floor and just talk. Time how long you're on the computer, on the cell phone. There's somebody that almost got hit by a car because they were so busy texting and walking right out in the middle of the street. Sometimes it's better if you can make a personal phone call or visit to somebody. That's even better than a text. Get in tune. You know what I mean? Don't let this run your whole life, because sometimes we get too caught up in the wrong stuff, you know? I hope I'm not making you guys feel too pressured, so I'm going to go silent, okay? But I'm glad that you guys are here and everybody is doing well. I will be right back. Well, I'll be here. I'm just going to go silent. Out for coming. I've been here just chilling back.